The desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked-out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed, real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I don't think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked-out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, And all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! Razak here with the shotgun around the side! And out! PGC champion!
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
In a storm, I still come aiming, I rush it in rain.
Whoa.
No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I don't think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, So drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! Razak here with the shotgun around the side, and our PDC champion!
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain.
Whoa.
No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! Razak here with the shotgun around the side, and our PDC champion!
just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain.
Whoa.
No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! Battle Razak here with the shotgun around the side, and our PGC champion!
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain.
Whoa.
No fair. Every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Another day, another 2 groups to take to the battlefields here for the PUBG Players Master for Asia. We saw one set of games in yesterday's matches that was really solidly just entertaining throughout. Some of the teams maybe that we didn't expect coming up and having really solid performances. Some of the teams that we expected to do really well falling a little bit short. But some of them are going to have another opportunity because we've swapped out Group A for Group C. Group B remains in play for today for 6 games. I'm Saga, and over here we've brought in Keith to take us through the action for today. How are we feeling, Mr. Keith?
Feeling pretty good. A little bit left out since you guys ran along without me yesterday itself. But just to jump onto your point here, although it is a new day with new sets of Group B remains the same, which means this could very well just be the end of the road for them at the end of the day here in this series. So what have you got to say about that? All I can say is pressure is up for these boys and all eyes are on Group B.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Anytime that you're playing this sort of group stage format, if you're in Group B, you're sitting out for day number 3, and when there is potential ramifications of your placement, for example, at the end of this year, we've got the LAN event coming up that will be coming just after PGC. There is still some teams yet to be decided on who receives the invites, and they will be based on performance through the Players Masters Tour. So if you're up towards the top end of the standings by the end of things for Group B, you've got to be a little bit worried because all you can do is sit back and watch and hope that the teams that are coming in on the final day of games do not use their abilities to stack up the points in this point format system. A little bit different than the traditional super settings, this one favoring kill points more so than placements, only 5 points for first place, and you just gotta kind of sit there and hope that nobody overtakes you.
Yeah, it's by far my favorite point system in throughout the entire game, right? You're incentivizing the right behaviors. Back then, when you get 10 points for first place, it seems almost worth it to hold it out towards the late game. But with 5 points being rewarded at first place, you might as well crash into an early team, secure 4, and maybe get a pick off someplace else, and you're already up there. So you're not going to run away with it with a chicken dinner. All down to the aggression, and this is what they'll be playing for, right here at 10,000 USD. Masters Champions itself, with the match winner getting 1,000 USD and a daily winner of 5,000. Most kills obviously comes in at the 5,000 as well. So they're really incentivizing the good behaviors, the aggressive playstyle that we do wish to see come out more in this battle royale.
Yeah, well, we've already had 1 day of games, and some of those individual and team rewards are already looking locked in. The winner of day number 1, FW Esports out of Thailand, with an incredible day. 57 points, averaging almost 10 points per game. That's good on regular super settings, but here, when placement points are kind of less than half across the board, that is an absolutely insane number to hit. 2 winner chicken dinners for themselves, and T1 as well, picking up 2 wins on the day. So they put up a good fight. DN Freecs with a big final game to push themselves up in the standing as well. But DN Freecs is going to be taking a back seat. FW and T1 both out of Group B. They're going to be coming into the games today, and their points score at the end of these next 6 games will be all they have. And that's true for a lot of the entirety of Group B teams. And there's only
Yeah, and to your point itself, I guess that could be an opportunity for some of these teams here, because take a look at that. Oh, out of the entirety of Group B, only T1 right now, who looks like they're doing very well for themselves in day number 1, which means if you're Group C, you can pretty much breathe a sigh of relief, because you don't have to go up against the entirety of Group B. Maybe just be T1, who's right now representing the Group B up in the top 5 position. So the bar is set really low for Group C to try and come in and beat, right? Because the rest of those teams are in a Group A squad, in which they will get the chance to face off each other comes tomorrow. Here are the focus points for Group B itself. If you're already back, I'm not sure if you're there, Sega. Take it away.
Top 4 times for FW Esports. Their consistency was a real point of benefit for them in this day 1 that we had. 3 times as well for T1, and 2 of those they converted into victories as well. GOGOPUSH as well, sneakily creeping into the top 4 3 times too. And Guyon did say that they would either be 1st place or 16th place. Right now they're sitting somewhere around 5th or 6th, so it's not too bad. But we're bringing in a whole lot of fresh new firepower, including 3 more Korean teams and 3 out of China. China on day 1 disappointed a little bit. Some of those big name teams, the likes of 17 Gaming and GameStart Win, didn't really impress to the extent that we could have expected. Some of them getting caught a little bit in hot drops, but we're bringing in more powerhouses from China to try and fill that void, and Korea as well. Baegopa, FN Poncheon, and GamDaSal. We've been looking back through some of the results from the Korean Players Cup tours, and GamDaSal has multiple victories across the Korea Players Cup, so they are definitely a team to look out for when it comes to these TPP tournaments.
And talking about TPP and China teams who excel really well at it, I believe 4AM was one of those teams who just mastered the art of tossing nades to where it's required, and right now they're in the ones in Group C, and we get to watch them in action today itself. So that's going to be one of my checklist and highlights. A focus point for Group C, of course, now goes to Petrichor and Baegopa, which you did mention previously. Obviously, the acts that they've amassed for themselves, the PCL Autumn 2nd place position, and with Baegopa a consistent 4th place here in phase 2 of the PWS series.
Yeah, both teams that we are intimately familiar with as it currently stands. Petrichor Road maybe a little bit more so, and with them having that GPT buffer benefit, they are one of the teams already locked in to be competing at Masters 5 at the end of the year. That's the LAN event that's going to be occurring in Seoul, December the 19th until the 21st, about a week after PGC. So there's going to be a lot of teams traveling directly from Thailand to Korea to compete again after just competing for the $1.5 million prize pool at PUBG United, and then heading over to South Korea to compete once again for that $200,000 prize pool out there at Masters 5. 16 pro teams, global partners, and invited regional teams, and those invites are based on performance in the Players Masters. So it is still all to play for these teams, despite the fact that it is an invitational. These games do matter, and results do make a big difference in your chances of receiving an invite. But before we get to that event, there's PUBG United in Bangkok, Thailand, the first collaboration between PUBG Mobile and PUBG PC. It's going to be a crazy event.
Crazy event, uniting two platforms of audience, looking for the same sort of thrill, right? I guess when you're watching the game, it's all two of the same piece of the pods, you could say here. However, graphical enthusiasts would maybe nitpick on a detail, but yes, still something to look out for, especially if you're within the area or is in position to make your trip down. It's probably going to be well worth it having to catch two events in one. So look forward to that, and look forward again towards the rest of the years here at the end, where a lot of things are happening for some of these teams. And right now with the PGC points, I think that is one of the conversation worth looking at as well.
Yeah, multiple venues as well for PUBG United is really exciting. Two of the most sort of prolific central Bangkok malls is going to be hosting both parts of the event. The group stages out in Central World, and then the grand finals in Siam Paragon. And if you've ever been there, that place is absolutely insane. One of the biggest luxury malls in Thailand. There's a Sea World in the basement, so you could make a whole day out of it. You could come and go look at some jellyfish and sharks, and then come and watch people shoot each other later on if you felt like it. It's a really cool event, so if you get the opportunity, or if you're in the local area, do make sure to look out for ticket information and come on down. But once again, we have the Players Masters here. 16 teams. We've seen 8 of them come and go from Group A. They're going to sit back, take a day of rest, get their opportunity to come in, do some research on their teams that are going to be facing up against on day 3 of games. And that's going to be a little bit of what occurred for some of these other squads as well. They've kind of had to sit back and wait for day number 1 of games to go through. And now, Group C, they've got an extra day to do their research. They can come in, they can look at the Group B teams, particularly the ones that did well, like T1 and like FW Esports, our first and second place team after day 1, and say what went well for them and what can we do to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Well, I mean, if it went well for you in day 1, you know what they say: if it ain't broken, don't fix it, right? So I think there's not much of a learning curve for some of those top teams, hoping to, I guess, emulate that same performance here coming in day number 2. If you're one of those teams playing still, which means you're a Group B-er. But based on what we saw within the leaderboards itself, majority of Group B did get pushed down on the overalls after day number 1. Here comes their final day to play. So I think besides T1, everyone else has got a lot of stepping up to do. I'm not sure if it's going to be much easier, seeing that some of these giants from China, hailing from China, coming into this day number 2 itself. So it could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. Maybe they hit their stride, maybe not. We'll find out here in the first game of the day.
And once again, we're starting off on Erangel. We're going to head over to Miramar for map number 2, switching up the maps every single time we take to the battlefield, but starting and ending out here on familiar terms with Erangel. And we have a almost vertical flight path, practically straight down the center, maybe slightly off towards the east on the northern side by about 1 kilometer or so. But realistically, there's a lot of military island on this flight path. That's about 2 or 3 kilometers of military island, and there is a big opportunity right now for us to have a zone which would be very unfriendly to a lot of teams, because there's so many that are favoring the north on this drop spot. JDG, GamDaSal, NMU, and Full Sense all dropping in Severny to Stalber and the surrounding areas. We've even got a hot drop straight down the middle in Pochinki as Team XYZD going face-to-face up against Team Flash and Long X. He's not going to get out of there in time. Wukong loads up the S12K and bangs him out before he gets the opportunity.
Oh, it's the battle between the compound here. Long X gets taken down, though. We still have this member of Team Flash that can go look to pick up his former allies. They're still not out for the count just yet, and if they did fall out, there is also the blue beacon respawn tower, which is a factor that may change the game. So we'll have to see how this one pans out. Right now, sharing close quarter, but it will be a stalemate at the very least, as resources look really scarce from both sides.
We've seen this a few times, and we've seen this before as well. 4 a.m. and T1. Oh boy, almost forgot about this. Every time these two are at the same stage in an international event, whether it's TPP or FPP, there's going to be a scrap on the western tip of Yasnaya. Those two love it. They love the battle over there. Looks like T1 coming out ahead with their first point of the game. Full Sense getting one as well. We have had a little bit of a leaderboard reset for today's matches as well. And there will be, remember, the daily winner prize. So $5,000 on the line for the team that stacks up the most points today. LongX does get revived. They do manage to crawl him to a safe location and secure him, get him back into the competition, into the battle as well. T-Doi just holding the high ground position up on the roof, but Hung Vodich, the MP5s have been just so impactful. He lands a spray from good distance as well. Might just get a second as well if Wukong isn't too careful.
Oh, and he wasn't. He fumbled though and stayed at the window a little bit too long. Get a concussive blast right into the face. Immediately it's go time for LongX. He's pushing into the household. Might be able to secure these two that's already within his knees. So an easy pickings coming out from Team Flash. What started so sour for them, losing that one member, looking to profit off this close quarter situation. But the fight's not over just yet. XYZD, Sha Seng is still within the area. Should Team Flash overstep themselves or get a little bit reckless running into the open, that could create opportunities for XYZD to maybe come in with the trade. But he's got to be careful. I do spot some member walking in his behind his direction. So if he's not too careful in checking out his corners or keeping his ears perked for those footsteps, he might get backstabbed in the process.
A little surprised that Xuansang just went straight past the gas can, didn't think to pick that up and maybe set some kind of trap. He knows T-Doi is over here, but T-Doi doesn't even need to peek into him to get that information. So he can just hold that rooftop down. Xuansang, he probably got spotted through the window, but T-Doi didn't want to take the risk peeking into the VSS. That thing does a whole lot of damage from close range, especially on full auto. If you're landing headshots, you go down very quickly. So they're going to take their time, wait for the confirmation on their second player to be bled out. They haven't found Baji, now they've got him. So they know it's 4 versus 2. They can look to swarm, overwhelm with numbers. But before they do so, they're just going to contain XYZD. Make sure they can get themselves the utility they need to commit to a play like that. On the far side of the bridge, though, FN Ponchion setting up a bridge camp. Star-Lord takes one down as Ray's picked off by the Scar-L. I don't know whether they saw there was a Panzerfaust lurking behind the tree, but a good, smart idea for FW not to get involved any further.
Could have been pretty detrimental for the side of FW if they would look to crash. That Panzerfaust could take out the entire squadron in a single clip here. So, lucky for them, they did not look to pursue, but that also means they're not crossing this bridge. They could, however, still play on this side of the island, as the circle is still at phase 1, which is relatively wide and a bit too soon to make that call that it's going to close down south. So playing the smart plays here, they have time to kill. They might as well leached every single second of it. Meanwhile, LongX, there we go, getting a member from XYZD. That's Xuansang, leaving just the one player left within compound here, and a kill confirmed too. So the rest of Team Flash, they know that only one is left within the area. They can look to play a little bit more aggressive with the number advantage.
That was pretty dirty, though, from LongX. He was using the information that T-Doi was able to gather, just holding that angle from the rooftop, drops down on top of the roof of Xuansang, and then just completely bodies him, drops down onto the balcony, catches him off guard. One man standing for Team XY and Team Flash, their first engagement here in Players Masters Asia 4, looking like a resounding success. Might be enough for them to completely dissuade XY from coming back into Pachinki, but we won't find out until game number 6. Unless Sha Seng is able to do anything miraculous, pull off a 1v4. Petrichor Road was starting to creep in towards the eastern side of Pachinki as well, maybe looking for exit frags, third parties. There's currently 4 SMGs in the hands of T1, 3 MP5s and an MP Bison. And he's bicycling straight over towards 4 a.m. I think they're going to want to commit to this push.
Meanwhile, on this side of the bridge, though, TDT might go up against GSW. They've got a clue on where TDT might currently reside here. Based on the mini-map itself, all members facing the right directions. CC 108 goes in with the tap, gets the knock. Hong F down to the ground, tries to go in for a member within the sniper's nest itself. It's 777, who's now going to be pinned down for the time being because they're split out all too thin. And the rest of the members of GSW now coming in with cars to pretty much tank any sort of fires that could be coming out from the side of TDT in retaliation. So it seems like TDT might have to bow this one out or hard commit and make that mistake, lose more member in the process. I don't think that's a smart play, and 777 thinks so too. He'll be driving out of that play.
It's a good, patient, coordinated push from GSW, waiting until all of the squad is in position to take the shots at the same time. Guarantee Huang F will go down. It's pretty easy to land a headshot and a body shot, but then for them to get out of there, gave no opportunity. And Huang F will be finished off once Xtong finds him lurking. No revive capable. TDT have just ceded the position entirely. Headed off down towards the beach over the bridge as well. And you saw a little bit of a glimpse of Petrichor Road. Chewy crawling his way forwards, trying to find timing as Team Flash was making their exit out of Pachinki, but got in the vehicle quickly enough that they got out of there. Xiaopian still with that bolt action, looking for damage over the far side of the river. Far enough away that we don't even have the team tags to see who he's shooting at, but nothing yet landing.
It's only been phase 1 already. We see some fatalities coming out from these teams, losing members so early on into game, but not out just yet. However, teams like 4 a.m. surprisingly, with XYZD, China, hailing from the land of China, who's known for their aggressive gameplays, right now only have 1 member, so aggression didn't pay out too well for them. They will have to play it a bit more passive, although the reward at the end of the tunnel, if they could even make it within the top 3, is merely just about like 3 points itself. Meanwhile, rotation into the circle. GamDaSal spots 1 member from FW Esports. Actually, it's a whole carload, so could be 2 or more on the inside here. Still phase 1 circle, so it wouldn't hurt that much, but right now they're keeping them at bay here. Flash from Full Sense will try to go out with the retaliation, but gets shot down in that drive-by, and now Full Sense in trouble. We'll have still 3 members up on a high hill, but Thanadol will have to bow one whiff as well. Test player looking to try and make something happen here for his team. He's got left really low, but couldn't seal the job just yet. Maybe he could get one, and he will. Jay Chani and left will bleed out to the blue at that point in time. And Full Sense, despite what seemed to be a bad engagement, just turned out to be pretty good for them.
Yeah, it was good covering fire from Belmoth to get the final tag, just as test player, who I believe is Rushi, the Full Sense coach. I believe that's who that is. He was getting the final tags, and Lorne finds a rock in the center of the field. They got a good early start to their engagement as Tanadol's car started to roll off the edge of the cliff, and he lost that cover. But Lorne is looking for a chance maybe to find a re-knock onto Tanadol up in the smoke. If he could find a flush, that would be even better for him, but he's not going to be able to get the chance. The zone has shifted again. We are committed to the military island, slightly favoring the eastern side. Lorne's not going to get a chance to look for blue chips because T1 has pulled up behind Full Sense. They haven't had the chance to fully reset yet, and T1 is already upon them. They've done the damage onto 4 a.m. 4 a.m. got pushed earlier on. They're down to a solo. Now T1's looking for new targets to try and prank, and Full Sense is next on the list.
Oh, this would be really good for T1 if they can do so. Remember, T1's one of the Group B team who is trying to get as much points across the board before the day ends. Oh, and 1 member from Full Sense by the blue itself. And maybe he can come in and see what's happening here. But it will be in a precautionary maneuver as they do get an idea. They see the smoke, so he's got an idea on where some of these teams may be. Spots that run out from the high ground, shoots at the car, but maybe just not connecting the dots just yet. Trying to hope and get that 1 tag, but it won't. It seems like Full Sense will be running away with it if T1's got nothing to say about it.
RIP test player, he's going to bleed out. Heather does secure the kill point. After all the heroics for him to get the blue chips, maybe is an option for Full Sense. Get their coach back in action after he salvaged the rest of the squad, got the revives, kept Full Sense in play. And T1 has seemingly given up on the chase. They've got a long way to go to get into the zone. They used a lot of their time committing onto the fight against 4AM, so their heals, their utility, not looking quite as amazing as they could be, although not terrible. There is still a whole lot of loot in those apartment buildings in around the western side of Yasnaya. So they're not too bad, but they don't feel overly comfortable sticking out in the blue zone any longer than they absolutely need to. Down south, Military Island, NanMou is waiting with a Panzerfaust. Spaceman gets sent to the moon with one quick left click. And NanMou drops down a smoke, might be able to get some loot on the body as well. He's got no teammates left. He's all by himself. So whatever he can find to sort of even the odds a little bit as this push from JDG comes through, he's going to have to make use of it. Dodges one grenade. But he's got another team that's just breached onto the south side. He might just be able to slip away unnoticed.
Yeah, I mean, he's already done enough, right? He's the last member of 4AM. Nobody would have thought that he'd take an aggressive approach and try to get that knocks as we speak, but he did. And that kind of crippled, JSW, for the time being, JDG, I'm sorry. And now JSW will try and pretty much capitalize this situation. If they could spot one head through the windows or the doorway, CC108, he's patient. They do want to take over this entire compound. I believe that's the game plan as well. GGP is on the outskirts. They have to be careful for the likes of GSW and JDG. This aggression might push them towards their direction, and they might have to fight things out in the open here. But we'll see as 5 seconds countdown towards the next phase.
Good Molotov from December 12th to secure the point onto Ming. I have a feeling, a suspicion that CC could spot them through the window, but he was waiting for them to commit to taking a spray before opening up. Didn't quite land the shots he needed with the Mini to get the knock, though. But they do at the very least get the zone. There's still so many teams on the mainland. Pero's chasing down Shaseng. They've spotted that there's just one vehicle by himself. And he's getting absolutely ran down. And December 12th is running people down with a double barrel, but doesn't land enough damage. He hit both shots, but Xiaopian just tanked it. Switches to his own double barrel sawn off. Doesn't get the shots, but X-Tong is there with the covering fire. He needs to get a smoke down, but he doesn't have one. He's got to try and find a way over. And Pero oversteps. Shaseng actually gets one down with the MP5. Gets a second as well. Pero over chasing the solo, but they do eventually clean him up. There should be a chance to respawn nearby, but there's other teams who are still out there. If they heard those shots, if they heard that engagement, they might look to try and camp the blue chip tower and catch Pero out if they go for the respawn.
I'm not sure there's a member from Pero, though. I think they left him there to pretty much get the exit frags at the time being, so I'm not sure if they would like to go back and get the chip itself. But it is towards their discretionary play, and if they think it's worth it, we could see a comeback from that single member who's done pretty well for himself. Gets two, knocks, secures onto one. At least your team that has quite of a bad foot starting out with this sort of circle and having the long rotation within the blue, at least you get something out of it. So making the best out of the worst situation, I'll take that any day. Meanwhile, we have Zenith from FN. He still have a full list of teams and allies to play on his side. Has got an idea within a gas station where Full Sense, who's got test player, the single member from Full Sense actually left alive. And as I say that, he will be past tense.
Yeah, they got the respawn. He tried to preemptively get over the far side of the bridge instead of regrouping with the team and heading over with them, but they just couldn't get over in time to give him any support because T1 and their army of 9mm SMGs just rocked up and just decimated Full Sense before they even got a chance. Test player was only able to find a shotgun, so really couldn't put up any sort of competition against the guy holding him from across the street, so he will go down naked and alone. Unfortunate. Kind of relatable, though. AZ gets a heal off. Looking for a vehicle, though. He will have heard all of these shots. And presumably, yeah, there will be vehicles left behind from either T1 or Full Sense, so he's going to be able to grab hold of one. But has he heard GDS, GamDaSal's solo, lurking on the far side? I'm not sure that he's been in a vehicle yet. So if they lurk a little bit longer, they might be able to catch him. This is prime mortar material, if there is one available, as T1 pull up in a dip completely surrounded by FN Pocheon. And the zone's going to force them to continue on their way as well, as it has shifted slightly to the northeastern side of military base. GGP, once again, dead center of the zone. They've been really good at playing central positions, holding down defensively. That's got them into the late game several times, into the top 6 overall for now.
I just saw T1 rotate into the Lion's Den. You've got FN members perched up on so many sides here, but it's them who gets the first knock. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, who's playing outside the blue here, will get eyes onto NMU. Knocks one player. Trick tries to go in from the flank side here. Are they in position to take this fight? It seems that they're the ones getting punished. Vision wrong. Gets a crucial knock to maybe even things out for their allies to try and close in and get the team wipe here. Zhao Z has got smokes and deployables to play around with. But they are all within the blue, and it's starting to hurt. It's phase 4 off the circle, off the blue zone. So they'll have to wrap things on up real fast. Right now, no visuals on the far side. Meanwhile, as I mentioned, the Lions Den itself, FN Esports, they're going up against T1. It's a trade so far, losing 1 members on both sides, at the very least. But T1 seemingly actually lose more than what they came in for.
Yeah, they did get a knock. It was picked off long range. They still have Star-Lord up on the high ground, just watching down over the top. As T1 needed to find something in the zone, they just went straight for the building and just took the fight immediately. Xiaozi, he managed to find some heals, which is useful because he didn't have any a minute ago, and that would have really just spelled his demise. But he's got 5 first aids, might just be able to get back to the rest of the squad in time, but the zone's about to start moving. Chibarit can still hold the line, and if NanMou will be injured coming in from the blue zone, he has a chance maybe to pick up some exit frags, get a little bit of revenge for his fallen teammates. He has the jammer pack as well, so he can lurk here a little bit longer. And grenades are starting to be expended by NMU. Just perspective, just clearing every tree that they can find. Chibarit finds one, spots the second through the bush, gets good spray as well, but he can't get out of the way of the grenade. Oh, it's Xiao Yu's grenade to find him. I don't know if they have time to grab these revives and maybe pick them up, put them in the vehicle and just drive forwards, but FW have the chance to hold this edge. If they've heard those shots, the explosions from the south, they should know there's a team still to come in from behind if they can find a safe position to try and hold that angle.
Very unfortunate getting picked out like that, and it just, we see that upon the kill board, it seems that NanMou didn't make their way across, so Alter Ego, Chibarit, that clutch right there, potentially scored his team points. But we'll see an update in the circle right now. Where will it close onto? GGP has been real lucky so far with the predictions, and they will continue to be lucky as they're still within it. 3 teams occupy the center, Pero being 1/4 of a squad itself, so I'd say that is not much of a threat, at least until they neglect him. Right now, FN Esports, they've got an all-member picked up here after a slight skirmish against T1, so that's good news for FN. T1 now with the numbers disadvantage. With the molly in place, that would deter some sort of a movements on the flank side here. Maybe can flush them one direction where all his members are currently waiting in place. Blue zone grenades right there to get 1 member, if I'm not mistaken. And that member would be out, leaving End on his own, and he will end out in 10th place for T1.
Crazy work from FN to get in, grab the blue chip from Rex earlier on. He was the one that went down. They've drove straight back up the observatory tower hill, respawned him straight back into the fight. He picked up his grenades and got the opening knock with breakers up on the roof, just absolutely blanketing the whole building in blue zone grenades, giving them nowhere to hide. So T1 have gone down. They have overtaken FW for now with their 8 kills that they've picked up, but FW still active. Almost into placement points. Remember, slightly different format, so only the top 4 will receive placement points for now. As Team Flash, off their early hot drop victory in Pachinki, looking for an opportunity maybe to find FN as they make a exit from the scene of the crime where they wiped up T1. Didn't spot anything immediately, and they don't have the vehicles, and they don't want to be sitting around tanking blue zone for too much longer. So they're on the move. But FN, they've been corralled downwards in towards FW, and 6ax is going to unleash a pre-nade. Beautifully timed. Zenith gets kaboomed.
Oh, 6ax going to get a little bit more than that, though. He's got 1 god of a nade, but he can look to get more. 6ax now trailing up onto the high heels, but will get taken down instead by Rex. with the close-range weapon right there, and the MP5s seem to be favored in this close-range skirmish and engagement. Banana1 from FW Esports maybe can go in with the pickup. It could be all worth it after all if they don't lose this one member. But the blue zone on the other side here, FN Esports now bleeding out. Zenith with one nade to his name. The last sole member will get the nade onto 6X itself, and Starlord pushes up onto the high hill, but will go down. FN Esports is eliminated in 8th.
It's a nicely placed grenade from Zenith to deny the revive onto 6X. Banana1's nade almost got enough damage to get the double knock, left them both low enough that the blue zone, with a little bit of a tick of damage, was enough to force the hand of FN to commit to that push. FW lost a lot of those kills though. They got stolen from distance. Only came out with the 1 kill point for the final 1 versus 1. Banana1's able to get the victory on. But at least they have a position in the zone that they can fall back to. Canaxi holding down from the easternmost bunker. That will still be in the zone if Banana1 can find a way to get out there under the watchful eye of Long X. But GGP now have enough of a position in the zone. They've been holding on to the center for long enough that it has now become the edge of the zone. And they should know that there's no one playing on their north or western side. So they can look to start flexing out from their position as they currently have. Kitsune looking for the information on towards Team Flash. This could be a big battle for this hilltop. And GGP have come prepared. They have the links as well. So that's an instant opening if they're able to find a connection with that.
Payo, Baegopa, they've been pretty silent throughout this entire game. Gets 3 killed at the very least so far. They can look to get more now, seeing as though that the circle is being closed on into a tighter play area. They can't be passive for far too long. And Van Nai from TDT, he's under scopes, coming in with some warning shots at the very least, unintentionally. Well, the intention is always to be lethal at their gun, but right now he's under the cover of the walls, but is tanking the blue, so we'll see how long that's going to last. Meanwhile, Pero just playing the bush, unsuspecting spy that could be a third party thorn in a bush here.
Guyon does find something with the links, but won't actually secure the kill point. Doesn't want to expend any more of those 3 bullets, so that's stolen away by a Khan of Baegopa. We weren't quite able to find Van Ngai just yet, but they do manage to find a kill point elsewhere. Van is still healing out in the blue zone. Doesn't have too much longer left to be able to do that, as phase 6 is the limit of blue zone lethality. Anything beyond that, you can no longer heal through.
Ooh.
Min gets caught out. What an angle from Team Flash. They've wrapped up back around the northern side. That's an anchor for GGP. He was holding down the compound. They cannot get that revive. He's going down to the blue zone. And that might actually open up a possibility for GDS to push in behind. Never mind. Guyon with a spray. 3x from that distance. Absolutely clean with it. But he can't push over. He was looking to maybe make the move to see if he could find a pickup on Min, but the pressure from the M249 just too much.
That's the name of the game with this format on point system. Pressure is going to be high. Remember, kills pretty much is a little bit more profitable than playing for placements here. And we've seen how these teams are already taking it and run, right? T1, 8 kills already in their name, which is more than what a placement points or a chicken dinner finish would have ever granted them. So it's a great effort from their side. Meanwhile, for the rest of the lobby here, they have to rake things up even the further. Circle has been updated, and now Pero in the grass, in the middle of the fields, and GGP, it looks like they're going to have to scale down a hill, which could be very, very tough here, especially with 3 more other teams who's got vision in this open terrain, this horizontal plane itself. So they're going to be walking in as an attractive target, I would so badly put. And Team Flash, with them pressuring on their rear, it's going to be a tough one.
It sure is. GOGOPUSH. They're going to have to push something. It kind of sucks for them. Like, if they try to play the outside of the fence, well, Team Flash can still stay in a position where they have angles towards this. But FW on the far side in a similar position. Oh, what a shot from Park Pro. Banana One fires 2 bullets from the MP5 and just gets his head removed instantly. BGP with a Kar 98. They take the full position all the way down the south. They get the chance to loot up the airdrop crates as well for an extra bit of bonus loot, as well as the position. We're into the top 4, so 1 placement point acquired for all of these teams. Only GGP still a representative of Group B. Everyone else, for our first game in the top 4, will be a Group C team. BGP with 7 kills on the board after wiping out FW, denying them entry into the top 4 for the 5th time. And now they've got a really solid position to try and win this game from. GGP did try to make a push forwards. T-Doi getting some shots in the back. He's gone over towards the vehicle, but the tire gets popped, so he's got to find a new plan. But with no smokes, not much room to maneuver. He does have a smoke launcher, though, so he can maybe find some kind of cover to get something.
But right now the skirmish, it gets onto Hung Vodish. That means T-Dai will be the only guy left, and that's entry for GGP to pretty much traverse safely within circle, especially with the numbers advantage. They can look to make that play, and they're going to do so. But Baegopa, a team that's really hot and on fire right now, gets a knock onto Guyon itself. 7 kills already for that team, looking to get the 8th, and they will, tying things up with T1 in this current standings for the kill points, but they might get more here with the positioning and placement points. Top 4 teams right now across the board, and the only teams with 4 members left playing.
Park Pro just upgraded from the Kar 98 to an AWM and instantly finds Guyon, and Guyon's vehicle runs over his teammate as well. So a lot of pressure for GGP, but Kitsune is there. He can get the revives. T-Doi with a folded shield. He's got no more smokes left. His smoke launcher's out of ammo as well. He's running out of space and time to look for plays, but Songjang has been taken down. And Baegopa is committing a few players over here to try and get the revive. They need to be a bit careful. There's a good chance they could just step on the solo of Petrichor Road. I don't know if anyone even knows about him, if they've been tracking the kill feed that well or keeping an eye on the numbers alive. But Chewy has just been keeping his head down, surviving for now. T-Doi still landing headshots, still fighting. But you've got to expect that he's going to be the next player to be caught out, as the zone is about to start pushing him in the next 5 seconds into the line of fire of Baegopa. He has no ways to block the line of sight. His days are pretty much numbered.
Baegopa on fire and has so much utilities left to spare within this last few circles of the game. It's phase 8. We've seen the circle close in a little bit closer again. Pharaoh right on the middle here. I don't think anyone's considering him. Meanwhile, T-Dai actually gets the revenge here, knocks onto Kitsune. But Team Flash will be eliminated as the single final guy here. But this is going to create opportunities for the side of Baegopa to maybe push on in closer towards the center side of the circle. And you mentioned about if they've been keeping scores and the members from Pero potentially. I think they might just forget he's ever there to begin with. He's one last player to play. That's one variable that's very easily overlooked. And so this right here could turn sour, especially with the 2 knocks, or with the 1 knock right now. If GOGOPUSH can actually go in with a push and maybe trades it evenly, Pero can comes in with a third party play here.
1 shot left in the links for Kitsune. He did enough to kind of stem the aggression out of Baegopa. Songjang pushed forward, tried to get a grenade into the bottom of the guard tower, anticipating that maybe someone was trying to lurk in that area. He would be right, but it's the wrong side of the fence, so No Mercy is safe from the grenades, but Baegopa have so much utility that they haven't used. No Mercy does catch out Chewy, so any hopes of third-party action gone. That's a big kill. That's 2 points for them. The placement and the kill point as well. And now the bombardment can fly through. They know roughly where No Mercy is, having heard the shots come through, and they've got enough grenades to completely flush him out of that position, blow him to smithereens, and claim a big victory for game number 1. Above 10 kills, as well as the winner chicken dinner. Park Pro using the bolt actions, putting them to some solid work too. Good stuff from Baegopa on map number 1.
Yeah, it's a really great start for it, especially the team that's hailing from Group C. And if you're one of those teams in the Group B position, this is where you're going to be a bit sweaty coming into the final game itself. Because you see, towards the end of the entire game itself, that the leaderboards are split B and C, but that's only because B has got a day ahead from Team C. But right now, with this sort of start coming up from Group C, we might just see C breaching onto the top side of the entire leaderboards, and that can be scary.
You would have to sort of go all the way back, maybe 7 years or so, to get back into the last time that we really saw TPP as a mainstay in PUBG esports on the international scene. But who was there at that time except that man himself, Mr. PO, competing at the top level and making a name for himself. A lot of people still consider him the GOAT of PUBG esports, and he's proving, hey, he's still got it, and he can bring a team full of newer, faced players. Maybe they, they've been around for a few years, but maybe not back in 2017. Doesn't matter. They can still rock up and in match number 1 pick up the victory for Baegopa, a team out of Group C. Good representation in the top 4. 3 of the final 4 teams out of Group C. Looks like they've done their homework on day 1 of matches as well, coming in with good strategies and picking up some success. A whole lot of SMGs in these games. Banana one getting the pick off. We saw a lot of Lynx action as well. Some bolties too. All that kind of stuff that we love to see. Beautiful, beautiful scenes.
Yeah, loads of highlights just in that first game alone. We have got 5 more games to play today. Excited for what that's going to be like, especially for some of these teams. Again, today it's going to be a countdown for Group B because they're the ones who's running towards the end of the road much earlier than some. Tomorrow it's all about Group A versus Group C, so Group B, it's going to be cutting close if they don't pretty much step up in today's matches itself. Later on, we're gonna have Miramar as the next match. Any teams you see within the roster that looks favorable coming into that mass terrain itself?
Well, based on what we've seen in match number 1, it looks like Koreans are going to be continuing their dominant streak. It was really only FW Esports on day number 1 that put up a fight against the Korean squads, as the rest of the top 5 was all Korean teams on day number 1, and it looks like that theme may just be continuing because we had GOGOPUSH and we had Baegopa in the top 4 this time around. T-Doi though, that little 2-tap over the top with the AUG, that was kind of nasty. So we're getting to see a little bit out of some of the Vietnamese squads as well. Didn't maybe see as much as we hoped to see out of them on day number 1, but Team Flash is no slouch. This is the team that was the Vietnam Series champions in spring under the title of Buffalo Esports before they got picked up by Team Flash, and they were so close to qualifying to Globals in the PAQs just last week as well. So they've definitely got a little bit, and T1 has done enough in this match to overtake FW Esports for overall first place, obviously coming in with a big advantage, having played 6 games already. This is their 7th matches. GOGOPUSH as well, creeping their way up the standings, but it's a big jump. After one singular game, Baegopa has already overtaken 3 of the teams that played 6 matches yesterday, and JDG, who've even played 7. Baegopa in just 1 match have overtaken them all, so that is a terrifying scene for them, and if that sets the tone for how the rest of the day is going to go, you've got to keep an eye on them for sure.
Yeah, definitely can't let this one slide. If you're in a Group B, already 3 teams within your ranks getting taken over, you have to make sure that you're not going to be one of those teams to fall on with. So with 5 more games within the day, I think it's still pretty good to pretty much solidify yourself within the leaderboards, but that's only wishful thinking at this point, as we will need to see what the overall performance is like. Right now, again, if it's anything like game 1 in day number 1, we've seen about 2 teams from Group B who's played relatively well for themselves to make sure that they're up there comfortably to be in contention to some of the matches that's happening tomorrow. The rest of these teams, they need to go into overdrive because it is looking far worse than where if they do not step it up.
Yeah, especially now that we've had at least one region that has confirmed their sort of quota for invitations to Players Masters 5. In Vietnam, it's already confirmed. You've got the Expendables going as the global partners, plus AL, who have performed well enough throughout the previous Player Masters to have already secured that slot. But for the Thai teams, this event matters. It is the best performing Thai team in this event, and so far FW have been running away with that title, competing for first place overall against some very stiff competition. They're keeping up with that potential title challenge as well, and yeah, it's going to be really tough for any of those teams to try and catch up, but this is the time for them to do it. But getting caught out by T1, as Full Sense did a couple of times actually, they ran into them first of all around Heaven and then again by the Eastern Bridge. It's really tough. It's just T1 is playing like a team that has nothing to lose right now. They're getting super aggressive, they're preparing themselves for close range fights, and then they're executing them as well, using all of the SMGs, wiping out 4AM early on into that game. They look really oppressive and difficult to deal with in this lobby as it currently stands. So maybe tomorrow, when they're not in the lobby as a Group B team, some of these other teams might get a little bit more of a chance, but you've got to make it count today. You can't waste half your team's games waiting to get rid of T1. You got to take the opportunity, just beat them, avoid them, whatever it takes. You got to get the points on the board now.
Yeah, I mean, T1, they've had a great start, right? So to them, it's really just stacking up their chips right now. 2 chicken dinners in day number 1. Right now, a fairly decent finish, but like you said, they're number 1 in the leaderboards right now, at least for the Group B. If we were to isolate some of the teams from the Group A position, I would still think, even if you include the Team A, they're still going to be a number 1, because Team A is on a break right now, on a pause. So T1 doing well for themselves to, again, like you said, secure some of that crucial points. But for the bottom teams here, teams like Alter Ego, who we've seen, it hails out really good for the APAC side, just pales in comparison to like Vietnam, Thailand, and now with China in the mix as well. We're not even going into the likes of EMEA and also the Western teams that may potentially come in later. So what's in it for them? How are they supposed to match up against these giant regions?
Wow, you've got to take a look not only at the tournament overall, but also those individual rewards. We got a little bit of a glimpse of them in the pre-show, but every single winner chicken dinner your team gets is $1,000. So it is still worth going for the wins every single game, regardless of whether or not it means you can qualify to the international or whether you might win the tournament. It's still worth going for. There's also the individual accolades like the MVP and the most kills as well towards the end. So it's still worth looking to try and get those points, but I can kind of see where other teams are coming from as well. Like T1, they're playing a very aggressive style. It's almost like they're not that interested in going for the win. And I can kind of see why. They get 8 kills and then drop out early on. That's the equivalent in this points format of getting a 3-kill win. So they're still getting enough points on the board to maybe solidify themselves as at the very least a top 3 contender. But then there's still the opportunity that even with this reduced points format for winner chicken dinners, the incentive is still there. It's just in a different form. It's not in the form of points, but it is a monetary incentive. So yeah, for every single team, any chance you get to take a chicken dinner, it's still worth going for. It's a little bit less valuable in terms of points, but hey, I mean, you can't pay your rent with points that you get in the Masters Tour, can you? So it's worth getting the $1,000 if you get the chance. And right now it's Baegopa who's laid claim to the first one. They looked pretty dominant. They didn't really look under much threat throughout the whole game. Effective rotations towards the late stages, Park Pro hitting headshots with bolt actions, all stuff we love to see in match number 1.
Just some really crucial reminder for all the players, right? Get your priorities in check. The bills still got to be paid. You are professional players at the end of the day.
Yeah, turn the stream on.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about it's still worth it to try and get that winner chicken dinner, but also remember there's point incentive for the most amount of kills as well.
Exactly.
And that one's worth like $5,000. So it could be the bigger play here. If you can pretty much get so much kills farmed within every single day you're playing to maintain yourself as the top at the end of the day, that's easily $10,000 right there, just shoved at you towards the end of your run.
Yeah, some of these teams have got a long way to go if they want to try and claim that right now, though, as T1 picking up, I think, 8 kills in that previous match puts them at 48 in the 7 games that they've played. So they've got themselves off to a roaring start throughout day number 1, and that's continued on despite the fact that they're hot dropping, as they so often do, against 4 AM on Erangel. I expect that not to change for Game 6 on the day. Regardless of how things go for T1, they could drop out of the top 3, they could have like a really rubbish day. They're still going to take that fight against 4 AM. That's just a pride thing. And a lot of the times they've been coming out ahead. Like this time they wiped out 3 members of 4 AM and gave them no real chance to continue on in this game. Might be a little bit different as we head into our next match of Miramar, and then further on down the line Rondo Tago as well, before we head back to Miramar and Erangel to round out the day. So switching up the setting now over to Miramar for map number 2, and we've seen a lot of teams hot dropping. And it was the teams that are in the same group, which is a problem, particularly for JDG, because both of the times they tried to take the fight, once again, up against T1, who have been hot dropping all throughout this tournament, and they got completely rolled every single time. The quickest one, T1, wiped them out before even 2 minutes was hit in the game. So whether they're going to have adjusted that, or whether they're just going to roll the dice and go for it again, with only a few minutes left to find out.
Yeah, I think that T1, they're just playing absolutely according to what the tournament wants you to do. Again, incentive for aggression, incentive for kills, over placement. Maybe the secret to actually winning this is to take a playbook from what T1's doing, because T1's just hitting the check marks on all these criteria itself. Now, going into Miramar, though, which is a large-based map, and with the, third-person settings here, now, Miramar is known to be the sharpshooting sniper nest, so on and so forth, which favors the FPP mode. But coming in TPP, where it's more, you get a wider field of view, then you tend to go for more close-range combat, which is why probably we see a lot of the MP5, because it's much easier to land close quarters. Would that impact the way people play Miramar generally, especially after coming out from day 1?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a lot less of like longer range engagements that we're going to see, and just more like, I think the thing that TPP has really sort of accentuated, to use a big fancy word, is it really pushes teams towards the extremes. It's the teams that want to play passively. They will sit in their compound and they can gather information and they don't have to peek you at all, so they take 0 risk. And then there's the teams who are more inclined to take risks as part of their like strategy or ideology as a team. They're going even more towards the extremes. They're like, okay, well, it's almost pushing towards recklessness sometimes, the way they just fly into compounds with Panzerfaust and SMGs, but that's kind of what they have to do. They can't sit back and take measured risks. It has to be full commitment all the way, overwhelm people with just speed and swift aggression, hip fire them down with MP5s, whatever it takes, before they get the chance to kind of set up and react. And there's really those competing ideologies coming into TPP, where some teams are playing it a lot more passively. Teams like GOGOPUSH, they've crept their way up into the top 3, but it's taken them a while. They haven't had a big blowout victory with 100 kills, but they've been consistently getting into the top 4 and keeping themselves to themselves, taking their fights when their opportunity is there. And then you have teams like T1 who seem not to care about whether or not they live or die, but they just keep winning. They just keep winning their fights, and maybe bringing 4 MP5s is the key to that. Bringing extra Panzerfausts and shotguns and just sending it into the closest compound. Maybe that's what it takes for anyone to try and compete, but if you're going to try and do that to T1, you better come correct, because they have been looking pretty unstoppable for the first 7 games. So let's try an 8th time as we get into Miramar, map number 2, day 2 of the finals of the Asia Masters 4. And the flight path is going right over the top of Chumacera, which was the site of a whole lot of pain for JDG, as they got spanked by T1 twice on the Miramar matches yesterday. Whether that's going to be the case again, it's difficult to tell. Their logo's kind of the same color. We'll see.
Thankfully, I'm colorblind. I'm kidding. I'm not.
Oh no, yeah, no, that's way too many players. That's too many parachutes. We're going again. All right, let's see whether you can pull it off this time, JDG. But Raining hits the ground first, lands on 2 guns. It's not looking good, bruv.
It's close quarter though. He who gets the guns first will get the kills, and it seems like T1 getting knocked onto 2 already. Immediately with the numbers advantage, it already favors heavily on the side of T1 here. Oh, but they got the trade onto Rain. Solve gets it reverse traded. T1 looking to walk away just fine here. Despite Rain going down, it's so early into the game, can pick up the tag. Look to maybe go in with the respawns. But they do have another third-party team within that same compound, so Full Sense can come in with the upset.
Yeah, they tried to do this yesterday as well. There is a respawn tower on the eastern edge of the Chumacera high ground that Full Sense was camping, maybe expecting T1 would try and get their revives there, but they actually went all the way out west and revived them closer to the mountains. So Flash is already pushing forward, trying to make sure that's not going to be an option this time, as T1 secure their 3rd flush and their, 11th overall onto JDG in the fights in Chumacera across the 3 games. They're just going to try and flush Cold out from this position. It kind of sucks, doesn't it, if you're going to go for a hot drop and the guy in front of you on the opposite team lands on a Panzerfaust and just immediately blows you up. But Heather has spotted out that Full Sense are lurking, so they are at least aware, and this might actually be enough of a threat for them to just call off the push and say, alright, we've done the damage onto JDG, we're just going to fall back. Whether they were able to pick up the blue chip in time, I believe so. It looks like Type is heading over to the vehicle, so might be making a push over towards the west to go for the revive, but with the flight path we had, it's a very real possibility that a team dropped out to the west anyway, and so that might be just as dangerous as trying to take the fight up against Full Sense, but they're getting out of here regardless. Cold now left with a 1 versus 4 to deal with that I'm sure he is not going to be happy about.
And that's the calculative risk you talked about, right? They understand if they've already gotten 3 for 1, which is a fairly good trade to be having, and it's not worth trying to find this single player, this one more team left that's still alive to, potentially go in and get wiped out by a third party, Full Sense itself. So T1, they've been very calculative with the risk they take, and they're going to continue to do so. Just, again, putting points across the board, making sure that they stay in #1 spot, especially within the Group B and right now, even the overalls itself. But we'll see. Now Full Sense come in as the scavengers, looking for the last member. Can they pretty much get the kill? I'm sure they do, but will they get punished in the process? No, they won't. Easy pickings here. JDG Esports eliminated at 16.
He did a pretty good job of hiding behind those boxes, but Belmoth just so locked in, so ready for it. They only got the 1 that they were able to clear off. They did hear the vehicle driving off into the distance, so they should have a pretty solid idea that T1 have scarpered, but again, for Full Sense, that wasn't really the target they were hoping for. They wanted to do the damage onto T1. Sayu looking for a little bit of revenge for the loss of his teammate earlier on. He peeks up over the top of the ridge, can't land the final shot with the red dot. CC down to single-digit HP as Hwang F goes for a big flank around the side. Needs to stop sprinting, though, as they might be getting within footsteps range. He's looking for an angle to try and find some angles towards GSW, but in those concrete buildings, they're pretty safe. Quite hard to find ways to breach the defenses of those particular buildings unless CC gets caught out on this cliff. Lucky for him that he didn't go down to that opening spray, because that would have had to force someone else to get into a dangerous position to look for a revive.
TDT Esports, though, they may be split thin, but they do have the entire area locked down to a teeth. Any sort of movements in the open here, GSW may pay the price. And right now, it's going to be quite of a stalemate at the very least. Hwang F had an idea, but thankfully so, did not overextend himself. So, but right now, I don't think it's going to be lethal on both sides, especially if they're going to the position where Hwang F previously held point, then it would be out of line of fire for the rest of his team in TDT, who's perched up on a hill. But we'll see how this one turns out. CC 108 already breaching the high ground. Oh, TDT members, they're 2 at large on the top side here. Will he get clipped out? They spots out the nade. It gets clipped, so that should register as a hit. Does 777 look to go in with the aggro? Playing it patiently. Meanwhile, in the back end, Hwang F, he's getting all this info on this advancement up top.
big flank from Hwang F. Gets one, gets the second with the spray, and Zayu is there with the off angle as well. GSW tried to use the low ground to find an angle, and Hwang F with the iron sight K9 shot into the back of Ming. Gets the flush as well with a headshot. Beautifully done. Keeping things together for the squad, and the final bit of aggression from Xiaopian just wasn't able to come through. But Full Sense, they've pulled up on this. They almost had the timing to catch out Hwang F and nullify that flank initially, but they've once again just rocked up and heard, oh, there's another fight going on. We get a second chance to look for third parties. If Tanadol gets up to this high ground before TDT gets to safety after grabbing the revive, they could be in serious trouble too.
If you're TDT, surely you're looking to make an exit right now. Knowing that there's still members of GSW, they didn't get the whole team wipe. So I don't think they'll be looking to stay around to perhaps come in and loot. Especially with the two members exiting this area, might not be the best to try and take on this fight. Now they're 2 members short for the backup or a cover fire. They might not know that Full Sense is within the area, but it is not a good fight regardless, right? You know that there's still 2 members of GSW and you've only got 2 members in. Might as well just leave the compound here or move in onto safer positions. But Hwang F, if he's not careful, from the far side, on the top of this apartment, he could get spotted out.
Yeah, Tanadol has most likely seen him by now. There was a moment where Flash was checking every angle except the angle that TDT was. A little more direct out to the east, but now they pushed down over the edge. They found angles onto GSW. Test player on the far side of the concrete as well, so they can look to try and completely flush GSW out from this spot. They're going to use Molotovs to try and limit the options for where Xiaopian can play, but he does have an SMG and a shotgun, so he's ready for a close-range defense. First player comes up, gets gunned down, but the trade is there instantly by Flash. Well played by Full Sense. That's where it's risky. That's where it's risky. You got to stick close together so you can get those trades, but if he peeks that with a Panzerfaust, that's just an instant triple knock. So they take the risk. It works out in their favor this time around. Full Sense get another 2 points on the board.
They're really playing the scavenger role well for themselves. Picked up 3 already, and that's more than most teams could ever ask for in a risky trade. At least their advancements and the way they're getting these points are low risk relatively, because they know they're coming in as a third party. They probably almost always will have the numbers advantage itself. Meanwhile, eyes across the board here, FW Esports making a rotation through this compound that is occupied by one of the teams. That's Pero, who's got pretty good in game number 1 in terms of keeping some of these big players in check. Although leaving only 1 members left to play the rest of the game, they can look to do damage here. And Ming, he's got an idea, and shots are already fired against. These car will take down 1.
Canaxi almost looked like he was going to get away with that, but Ming not having any of it. A secondary attempt on the spray gets the headshot, and Petrichor Road steals away the early point. It is still early in the game, despite the fact that we are now 10 players down. We've seen more than that. We've seen sort of 20 or so being picked off by mid-phase 2. It could still happen. This zone is all the way up towards the northeast. It's not often that you still see Campo Militar as a place that's in play in phase number 1 and potentially even beyond, especially this eastern tip of it where FW is pulling up towards. Tierra Bronca occupied by 3 teams now, and GGP with a big split between there and Campo. They're going to be rewarded with a central position on the new phase 2 split, just towards the southeastern side of Cruz del Val, where FN have so much control over the high ground positions. And a couple of teams are going to start making their rotations. Some of them are still pretty late. Some of them still lurking out in the blue zone after early engagements, or maybe just getting caught in rotations and having to find a new plan to get into the phase 1 circle. So a little bit later than some of the squads that have already got themselves positions, but a little bit of a reshuffle on phase 2, but no major aggression just yet.
T1 still tanking the blue. Seems like a playbook of theirs, consistently trying to come in a little bit later. They had 1 member scout out the members of Alter Ego, I believe. They had a scout on forward who didn't get knocked down, but I'm wondering if they got the information, because it was during the time of a sandstorm itself where they're sharing pretty much breathing space. But we'll take our eyes onto Pero here, as now they could look for the revenge trade from FW Esports, as they've lost one member to Pero itself. Maybe they can get one of their own just to even things out. But Alter Ego from the back end now, suppressive fire, cannot look to get those kills, unfortunately, for the side of FW Esports, and it's Riz who gets knocked out instead.
That is the downside of playing with the SMGs. Taking shots at vehicles is significantly more difficult than when you have AR like an AUG. Just the bullet travel speed and impact damage a little bit lower. It's also the second time we've seen a player running around with a tactical pack. I think 6sax was the one for FW who had that. So we can only presume that if anything, if yesterday's matches are anything to go by, that tactical pack is just 5 Panzerfausts, which is what 17 brought to the equation. They blew up Full Sense out of their BRDM on our final Erangel match of the day in yesterday's game. So maybe FW taking that as a little bit of an adaptation. I mean, we kind of said, like, one of the biggest things that you can do is keep Panzerfausts available into the late stages of the game. Because FW found so much success just rolling around with a BRDM. So just having a way to counter that is important. So maybe tactical packs are going to be something of a new prime option for them. Chewy just goes flying over, kick flips off the cliff, and then just dominates Xiao Hai. Gets cover from AZ as well. Xiao Yu goes down. Beautiful team play from Petrichor Road.
Man, Petrichor Road right now, they're keeping the members of 4AM in check. We've seen that in Erangel itself. Now, again, they could look to come in with the upset against these big giants of a team. Under cover of fire, they're not looking in a great position, though, but they do have smokes deployed and going in with the pickup, so it might be well worth it after all. It's 3 kills under the belt. I'll take that any day, and you still have all members up and running to play. But they'll be in a sticky situation in which GDS, or GamDaSal, is looking right at them, and they have to worry about 4AM on their feet.
Shout out Shen for being a little weirdo with the VSS as well. He just picked off 2 kills with that thing. That's one that when the DMR nerfs came through, the VSS was pretty much untouched. So maybe if we are going into a 9mm meta right now, a whole lot of SMGs in play, hey, maybe why not pick up the VSS? It's still capable of doing a lot of damage at close range as well. If you switch that thing into full auto, you can even put a canted sight on it and kind of use it as a quasi assault rifle too. But they got themselves 2 kills, I think both of them onto FN as well. Shen picking them off with the VSS and making his move on the bicycle across the open area. Okay, now this is the big problem that you kind of alluded to on Miramar. I mean, look at how open this area is. You try and go anywhere, there's someone who can shoot at you. Sometimes it's Guyon who's proning with an M249. Sometimes it's DMR spams, but yeah, it's more difficult to get into close range. But maybe using something like a motorcycle for a little bit of slightly stealthier mobility could help. I don't know, we're seeing all kinds of unorthodox strategies being pulled off in this tournament so far.
You almost need a tank, I feel. With this meta, with everyone picking up those close quarter weaponry, you might want to just get a tank to crash onto compounds and just jump right out. Hey, we're getting, I guess, grazed by the presence of Riz back into play here. FW Esports managed to take up all those tags and go in with the revive. So they're going to be 4-man strong once again within this match number 2.
Yeah, they're very separated though. One went into El Azahar, and Raze is going into a shack in the middle of the field. So unless he has a weapon in that shack and full level 3 gear somehow, he's probably not going to last long. Shen is cycling on his way over as well. They're just going to blow up the door for him so he can line up a grenade. Shen just rolling in. He actually had a pistol in there. He could have maybe done that in a slightly less risky way, but he gets the job done. Shen just flies straight forward on the bicycle, sits Raze down, sends him back to the Shadow Realm, and gets back to the squad. In the Sandstorm as well for extra cover. He couldn't have timed it any better.
That was like the luck, or the gods of PUBG just kissing upon his forehead right here. Delivered in style. He came in with the bicycle. You can't aura farm even harder than that.
Yeah, Shen's just like kicking injured puppies and stuff. He's like, oh no, you get back down, don't come back into the game. And he's back to the squad as well. Breaker's up above, looking for angles, maybe to try and find a little bit of revenge for his fallen teammates. If a NanMou gets a little bit risky and just sprints up the hill, he might be in danger. Oh, he is. Oh, he's in danger.
Never a good play, that one. That's why when it comes to third-person settings, you kind of get a wider field of view. Those sort of approach just doesn't pay out well for you because they see you. Even if your character model is still like hidden underneath the gradients, they've already got an eyes on you. So it's a real close quarter meta itself, trying to play Miramar in third-person format. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at the circle. Closing down into southwestern side of things, we do have T1, who's been absolutely phenomenal throughout the entire tournament right now, getting favored within the circle, but 4 AM just on their tails.
It's a really good zone shift for Team Flash and Full Sense as well. Flash has so much control on what is now the center of the zone, that big ridge on the western side of El Azahar, and then all the way on the western edge of the zone. Full Sense have so much space where they can push around, look for third-partying shots, and get tags in the back. T1, they were driving around the center of the zone when it shifted, but it's not really great position for them to pull up in. They found some houses they can use for cover, but playing centrally hasn't really been where they've been finding success. That's just been getting aggressive and pushing onto teams, but 4 Angry Men have been getting a whole lot of success by just putting Shen on anything with 9mm ammo and just let him run at opposition. Kind of the T1 approach, but it's really working out for them now. I guess they learned after the one hot drop they got run over by MP5s. It's just, well, let's just use them and we can start stacking up kill points.
Seems to be the vehicle that yields the most here, especially within this format itself. Now we're seeing some live from 4 AM who's getting some kills across the board, but unfortunately the
nice
opposite can be said to Alter Ego, who's been annihilated.
Well placed nade through the window. Difficult to get those in from that kind of range, but well played from Wukong. There was a big push. They committed the rest of their number to push up from 4 AM, and they wiped out FN, and now GamDaSal is fighting for their life, left and right. Both contributing, going down. Right, still standing at the shack on the far back line. Gets absolutely splattered by the ghost riding vehicle. He has to get off that position for it. As Janche on the offside, getting grenades into the smoke, getting good damage, huge damage, 2 knocks and a flush with the follow-up. And that angle, that hold from BGP completely falls apart as Guyon goes down in the background. Pero wiping out GOGOPUSH at the same time. Pio was just nowhere to be found in that fight. And it's a really solid way to fight back, get themselves back in for GamDaSal.
That was one of the more intense confrontation we've seen so far, but not surprising, seeing as though it is phase 4. I think this is where most of these compounds will need to be shared with another. You have to greet them in kind. Meanwhile, TDT,
that sucks,
who's been snoozing for the time being, but they do get a couple of kills across the board with Right from GDS getting knocked down from the far side or some angles itself.
It sucks for GamDaSal. They put up such a fight against Baegopa, and then they not only have their kill point stolen, but TDT just walks up the hill and kills them off as well. That's rough, buddy. But they at very least have a zone shift in their favor if J-Chan can get over to that position, but Pio is already in that shack. So he's going to have to find some other way to get in there. Actually, AZ picks off Pio. So maybe he can try and use that position for himself. Just gets down from the high ground. Mortars flying in on the back line. Pero are just slaying on all angles. They've got 8 kills now. And Shui gets another knock on towards Longs at the same time. Looking for their 9th.
I mean, we've seen Pero play in game number 1 itself. They're pretty ridiculous as a team to go up against the likes of 4 AM. And now, under gunfire though, Team Flash. They're not easy pickings as well. Not going to give them a good time. T-Die, who's one of those teams who made it towards the last 4 top teams in game number 1, now gets another kill onto their name. So Team Flash holding compounds, starting to warm up their trigger finger here, as they've not gotten a kill so far, but maybe now it's time for them to start fishing.
On AZ, survives all of the pressure from Team Flash. He's going to get into grenade range. No, he's not. What just happened? He just needed to nade the shack. He naded himself. Okay, well, Jay-Chan picks up an extra kill point. So, okay, a little bit of retribution for the kills that got stolen away from GamDaSal earlier on. They're up to 5 now as well. And Pero are starting to get picked apart as T1 are getting aggressive. They've pushed out of those houses. They've realized that sitting and holding an edge is not their playstyle in this tournament. They're getting aggressive again. And now they've got a potential 3v1 to try and hold Ming out on the northern side of zone. He's got to shuffle about 20 meters forwards, but that's going to put him just onto the ridge of the hill where he's exposed to T1. But they do need to be aware, because Full Sense are still creeping up behind them, still putting the pressure, just lurking behind T1, not giving them a moment's peace.
They're crashing though. Those vehicles are pulled up. They're in position. T1 trying to go into flank side, which is always disadvantages for the team that they're trying to go up against, because now you have to face back, in which with the circle, naturally you expect another team already on the inside of the circle. So now your attention has been split 2 ways, but 3 members up on this hill, only Thanadol to try and hold things back here. They do have cover fire coming up from the rest of the other members, but we'll see how this one pans out. Meanwhile, TDT gets onto FW Esports. There's 1 member down. Konaxi, now 6x, will have to stay within this blue for the rest of the time being. A nade from reigning T1 up against Full Sense here. Does not clip. They will have the smokes to deploy, and the MP5s are out. They do have flashes too. So maybe they can come in close and go in with the spray and pray approach to maybe last a little bit longer within the game. But Pero coming from the backside.
Yeah, it's a big hold for Heather. He needs to win this 1v1 to keep Pero alive, and he's wiggling and jiggling, but Ming's just holding the angle, gets the headshot. Heather's not even going to bother going for the spray, just tosses out a grenade to try and buy himself some time. Ooh. And he does land the grenade. That's so important. If he went down there, T1's entire hold against Full Sense just loses all of its potency, because they're at risk of getting stabbed in the back. And they've opted just to disengage entirely. Seeing this zone shift, it's not worth fighting over this hill anymore. So T1, they do still have a little bit of longevity on the mind. It's not just all about farming kill points, but that was a huge 1v1 win. Heather absolutely needed to win that and not let Ming push forwards, and he does. So T1 get to keep their hold on first place for now, and they're expanding a decent lead as well, as FW just getting picked apart. They got the respawns over on the eastern side of the zone. They're now still lurking in the blue zone, having to get in. TDT gatekeeping them. They're not going to be catching up to T1 after this game, so T1 with a firm hold on first place.
Meanwhile, the Full Sense out of the pan and into the fire. They may have escaped the clutches of T1, but now they're up against 2 teams gatekeeping the circle side. So if they will look to make the push, perhaps they successfully push Team Flash in, but may get stubbed out by XYZD, who's also within firing range. We'll see how this one plays out. Yep, Hungvo Dish. Yeah. No, nothing too eventful just yet, but yes, go on.
Yeah, T1, they lost 2 on the rotation. It was the 2 Vietnamese squads, Team Flash and TDT, who found 1 each. They found another one as well, Huang F, with an angle on towards reigning T1. Maybe it would have been better off for them if they just committed to the fight. Who knows? But right now, they've tried to find themselves a dip to play from, and they did not make it there in one piece. Oh, Jay-Chan picked off with a Panzerfaust. XYZD under fire as well, as Full Sense are starting to put shots into the back of them. Type just has to hit the deck and prone, but there's a flank coming in from Zayu on the far side. He's not even going to last long enough to be affected by it. Sha Seng does pick him off, and now they have to turn their attention back towards Full Sense. Xuanzang gets one down onto Tanadol. They don't really have time to be conceding knocks. The blue zone is pushing Full Sense into this fight, and they've got to commit.
Oh, he's out in the open though, 6x. I don't think proning is going to mask your approach into the circle. And just as I say that, from the high hills, there we go. It's T-Die actually get onto 6x itself, instead of the TDT, who's right up there onto the high ground. So a kill is a kill nonetheless. Points going to the side of Team Flash, but right now the only compound left in play in the circle I could be wrong as this circle gets updated. Nope, it is still relevant towards this phase of the circle itself. Team Flash seems to find themselves comfortable holding that compound, shooting and gunning against the rest of the teams in the lobby.
Just holding their edge now, hoping the teams ahead of them will start scrapping. As Full Sense, options are looking pretty limited. They could maybe try and wrap down behind TDT and start competing for that high ground position, but this is third person, so getting up that hill is going to be difficult. Flash will have information on it the whole time. TDT still watchful as well, and Belmoth almost sprayed down too. Close, but I think Full Sense, their run might be coming to an end. TDT have a whole lot of control over towards the eastern side, but Team Flash still holding on to the only real hard cover of the buildings. And those are the two with the numbers and the positioning to really confirm this game. But XY, if they can use the ridge that they have, not fall victim to the flank of Hwangef up on the northern side, and maybe some aggression to come through from Full Sense if they opt to push that way. But they're going a direct approach. Flash's grenade doesn't land. Belmoth receives a headshot from Van. But Full Sense, they've got no choice. They've got to make this push work one way or another, even if Test Player's down to 1 HP. And Binek is waiting for them with a shotgun. Misses the first pump, misses the second. He's got to put more bullets in that thing. But Long X is there to cover as he makes the retreat.
Test Player, the last member alive for Full Sense, they had to go in with the desperate push into compound as they were tanking a lot of the blue, but now they have to make it work. But wow, that blind right there with the flash immediately gets shot down through the window pane itself. Meanwhile, eyes onto the open lanes is TDT, now playing in this disadvantageous position, getting scoped down by T-Die from Team Flash. Meanwhile, having to address XYZD, who's gotten an even trade so far, 1v1, and I mean 1-for-1, and the fight's not over just yet. Maybe go in with the cover fire, gets the pickup, go in for the revive potentially here. But the fight's not just over just yet. TDT will have to be careful in case of any nades that gets lopped on over. Thankfully, that Swan Zhang does not have a fatal nade to pretty much dish out during this point of time. Only have about 2 flash and a smoke. But can they make it happen with this disparity?
Yeah, they're going to trade knocks and then trade revives. TDT sending out some grenades, looking to try and secure the flush, but they've left the Van up on the high ground. So he's just making sure that Team Flash, if they push out of their compound, they can't go towards TDT. He's corralling them over towards XYZD, forcing Team Flash's hand to commit to take the fight against their opposition, and TDT just fully disengage. They're not interested now. They're just going to let this fight happen and fully commit to holding Flash, make sure that they have to go west, and that east is not an option for them. XYZD still not really aware, that still unsure if there's a threat that lurks on the northern side of the zone, but it has been completely vacated. They're going to have to focus their attention up against the fight from Team Flash, but they've fallen back into the compound. They can kind of squeeze into one building, but on the zone shift that's coming fairly soon, it's going to be phase 9. They won't be able to hold on to that position for very long, so TDT is just waiting, biding their time. Longex is trying to get up on the roof to look for some angles. If he can get this vault, it could work out in their favor. It looks doable, but he can't get the vault. That's unfortunate. But they've at least got one up on the longhouse roof. Okay, they're going to go for the assisted vault. There it is. Get him up there. Nope. That didn't work
Good
either.
attempt.
Oh dear.
Good attempt.
That's really annoying for Team Flash, actually. Wow.
I'm afraid Team Flash might be in a bad position, though. They're going to be forced out sooner or later to cross into the circle that's just drawn away from them and be in the lines of fire for 2 teams from 2 separate angles. And we all know the math just doesn't work their way. They're going to be overwhelmed, spread a bit too thin, especially with XYZD with 3 members at large and TDT still with the 4th. Well, they maybe mitigated that risk with that knock right there. So at the very least, 1 member has been neutralized from XYZD. They could look to make a movement towards the left-hand side or towards the northern end here, knowing that they've gotten 2, which is going to keep things open. Their options now at large. TDT, they are neutralizing those threats, and so Team Flash can look to occupy the space XYZD previously was holding it.
Beautifully done. Zayu kept hold of a lethal grenade, a frag, and a blue zone. So when those 2 knocks come through, they commit to look for the revive, just blows them apart. But now Team Flash have just sprinted out of their compound, not even using smokes. They weren't ready for the angle of Hwang F, but it might be too little too late. But 777 finds one as well. Binek with that SMG on the high ground, looking for the flank.
1v2 though. He could look to make the clutch, but he will not, surely. With only 1/3 of his HP left, he will bow out, and the chicken dinner goes to the side of Team Flash.
That was about 4 minutes of posturing and positioning and waiting for opportunities, and then as soon as the fight happened, as soon as TDT gets those 2 knocks, it's just all action for about 12 seconds, and the game comes to an end. Team Flash do overwhelm TDT, their position on the high ground. I think TDT was kind of benefiting from the fact that XYZD were on the low ground for as long as they would. It really pinned Team Flash back. That's why Zayu, when he got that opening with the grenade to wipe out XYZD, he was over that other side of the ridge as fast as possible, but not fast enough, as Team Flash out of their positions like a flash and swarming over TDT to get themselves their first win on match number 2 of Players Masters.
I guess the same can be said for the likes of Team Flash, right? They were benefiting on the fact that TDT had to address XYZD, because when we looked at the final few circle, phase 9 circle, it was almost definitely they were pressured to move there out of that compound straight into gunfire from 2 teams from opposite ends. But thankfully, TDT got that crucial knock onto XYZD while the opening was there, and so Team Flash got a huge pressure relieved from that pain point itself.
Yeah, they definitely were just sitting there waiting, biding their time, and hoping that TDT would start fighting XYZD. And thankfully they did. They got the 2 knocks and wiped them out. If TDT had just sort of waited and not taken those shots, then maybe Team Flash wouldn't have been able to make that play. But no pressure coming from the other side, and it's a big victory for them. TDT involved in the game pretty much throughout all phases as well. Hwang F with those Iron Sights bolty shots that we saw earlier on. Shen running around doing Shen things with MP9s and VSSs. Those MP5s have just been so impactful over the course of yesterday, and it seems a lot of people really have picked up on that, and a whole lot more of them being used in today's matches so far, and it's pretty easy to see why. Close range engagements, the mobility that you get, just the ability just to sprint back and forwards, hip firing if required. Yeah, it gives you so many options in this kind of tournament.
Yeah, I think it's almost a waste if you don't pick that one up. Seems to be the most efficient way to pretty much end out a close quarter combat skirmish here. And this was that final moment itself, right? Where we've seen where that threat was neutralized, all thanks to TDT, who, by the way, got themselves like about 12 ridiculous kills, and that was before they wiped out the member of XYZD. So comfortably across the board, and they're one of those Group B teams as well. This is good news for them trying to rise up into the ranks.
Yeah, they desperately needed this. They're sort of running out of games to put their mark on the board, but again, it's a bit of a shame for them because they were in a good position. That secondary incentive of the $1,000 for the chicken dinner could have been theirs, but unfortunately not the case. It was stolen away from them by Team Flash. They do come out ahead in terms of overall points from the game thanks to the 14 kills that they picked up and 3 points for second place, but it's Team Flash who secure the victory with 9 kills, a tally that was equaled by Petrichor Road, who had 9 kills, but they dropped out a little bit outside of placement points as well. Good aggression coming from them.
What's scary is this total leaderboard right now. T1, again, an okay game for them to bow out. They still get decent amount of kills, even though they don't make it within a top 4 position. So you still know that contribution is being dished out by the teams to ensure they got their spots secured. FW Esports come in really close, but I don't believe this was the game that they kind of have a highlight, or at least I don't remember some of those highlights itself. Unmemorable at best, and so good for the side of T1, good for the side of TDT, and TDT is one of those teams that we do see towards the later end of the tournament. That's when they really get hot. Unfortunately for Group B, it's really just today itself. Short break from us. My name's Keith. Together with Saga, we're getting into more PUBG action just about a little bit. We'll see you. Don't go anywhere.
in the dark. I got a 2 chain, but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
And I'm out in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain.
Whoa.
No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain, but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
And I'm out in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain.
Whoa.
No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
컴플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes.
Two games down, 4 more to go for day number 2 of Player Masters, and for some of the teams competing today, these will be the final 4 games of the entire event, and they just have to sit and watch all the way through Sunday's games and hope that the teams from Group C do not overtake them and steal away any of their potential rewards. I'm Saga, I've got Keith with me over here as we get through B versus C for Players Masters Asia 4 so far. Group C with 2 winner-winner chicken dinners on the day. Group B, they got to mount a comeback.
Yeah, and I like how throughout the entire tournament progression, it's going to be building on anticipation for that final game, because at the end of today, what Group B ended up with as their, well, I guess #1 champ is going to pretty much become the benchmark for some of the Group A and C to pretty much surpass and push them down lower, because they're the teams who won't be accumulating points moving on forward after today itself. So not a great start, seeing as though the 2 chicken dinners goes to the side of C. Group B has to up the ante, and we're going to do it right here in this 3rd game of the day over in Rondo.
There's been a lot of heavy lifting for Group B done by a couple of teams who are just consistently up towards the top end of things. FW today haven't been as dominant as they were in day #1, but T1 absolutely have. Different styles of domination though. FW was just consistently making it into the late stages of the game, top 4 in the majority of day 1 games. T1 is just all about fragging, getting those kills on the board. That has not changed, and it looks like it might not be changing here as they're going for a hot drop again against Petrichor Road in Yulin. This would be, is this their 3rd hot drop in a row for T1? I think it is. They dropped against 4am on Erangel, JDG on Miramar, and they're going in for it for a 3rd time in a row up against Petrichor Road.
I think it might turn sour for them, though. Out of all the teams, Petrichor Road has been the ones who's been a huge surprise. But first, take a look at the circle that's closed onto the northwestern side. So how about that as a surprise? Eyes, of course, to the skirmish that's going to be happening over in this temple. He gets one. And, well, Ming, like I said before, T1's going to be in for a surprise, as we've seen Pero can hold that for themselves already. 2 knocks, though, for the side of T1 itself. Likewise with Pero. So it's still an even 2v2 trade for the time being. But now AZ with the jump shot does not see a figure within it, but with the 3rd person that will help him a little bit in trying to go in with that peek, and it does so very successfully. So AZ picks up 1. Heather, now, actually, they got in for the revive for T1. Picks up a member, I think. And so that kind of just switched things onto their favor, and now Pero in trouble.
Yeah, it's big news as well because Iend is the one that got revived. He got sat down early on. I think it was raining with the VSS who got the hip fire down, but this was the second hot drop in a row where Iend lands on top of a Panzerfaust. He didn't get the chance to send that out first time around, but if he still got hold of that, that could be game over already for Chewy. He has put it down by the looks of things. Full Sense getting involved in early fights again. GSW with a player knocked just outside their compound. This is a little bit north of Danqing. Maybe the flight path was a little bit of a stretch to get down this far south. Both teams were opting to try and go for it. Chewy's lurking. Doesn't even want to load the M16 to give away any sound cues that might reveal his position. Looks like he's stolen away the blue chip of at least one teammate. He might try and just silently slip out of here, as T1 is still sweeping the area looking for him. Oh boy.
Meanwhile, GSW crashing onto compound after the knock onto Thanadol itself will secure the kill, so Full Sense. Oh, now back onto this area right here over in Yulin. It seems like they're not going to let Pero go. And like I said, Pero could have come in with the upset, but with that play, that altruism coming up from T1, picking up their members, they just turned the tide. And now N will try and go in the flank side here against Chewy. Heather has spotted out the position, so he's got an idea and might catch him from the right side of Chewy. But Chewy does suspect that movement's right there. But can he deal with two guns at the same time? That's going to be the bigger of questions.
Iend is trying to drop down out of line of sight. Doesn't matter. T1 up on the roof, just overwhelming Petrichor Road. That's their third hot drop in a row and the third hot drop win in a row. 4 extra kill points on the board once again for T1. As Full Sense still committing to this fight. They've lost Tanadol, who was the one who got the opening knock onto GSW, so that's been traded back. But now FN have pulled up. They've got a knock conceded of their own as CC was lurking. I don't know, maybe he was trying to look to find a flank onto Full Sense, and FN just pulled up on top of it, hearing the gunshots. And it's worked out as CC gets his second kill of the game. Managing to fall out of there, but Breaker's flying forwards aggressively with the vehicle drive-by, and it's a 3-way engagement. GSW picked off twice in rapid succession, and Full Sense claimed both of the kill points.
Yeah, Full Sense is doing what they do best, being the scavenger. We've seen that in Miramar right now again, getting away with it, even though they were the prey being hunted by Belmoth. Panzerfaust, could he show his face? It will shoots up, but does not connect. And that would be a trade by Rex, taking that member down. Thankfully for that hill, that ditch right there to serve as cover. Rex nearly got sent back into the lobby.
Yeah, just enough distance away from the Panzerfaust explosion to come out unscathed, and then just 2 pumps from the shotgun from moderate range, and Belmoth goes down. And yet, we are, of course, playing Players Masters Tours, and that means that every time there's a fight, another team shows up. So enter GamDaSal, the 4th team, to be fighting around this area. Kind of makes sense that people are committing to fighting in this area, because there is a respawn tower literally right there. And FN, they've lost a couple of players. They've only lost the one, actually. They are just going to disengage from this area, whether they got the blue chip or not. Continue on further up to the zone. The zone did center up around Stadium, so that's a bit of distance to try and go. 4 a.m. is going to rock up on this hill with Pio lurking behind an airdrop crate with a Groza, and a NanMou concedes 1 headshot, but he's lucky to get away without losing his life.
Yeah, he was a bit greedy. He was thinking about that drop. He wanted the loot. Will get shot down. There's straight line of sight, but will not get knocked down. So thankfully he's out for the count, but Baegopa could have been fatal for them. There was 2 members within that one car itself, and they're not out of the fire just yet, because Hangvo Dish from Team Flash has got one of the members in sight over in Stadium.
Team Flash dropped on Stadium. They got the zone dead center. So they've taken some of the high ground positions out towards the south and eastern side, just for a little bit of additional information. FN came back into this. They kind of did that to themselves. I don't know if they were trying to come back and go for the respawn tower or what, but they were not prepared for GamDaSal to just be set up and prepared. A quick left-right good night 1-2 combo with a grenade, and FN completely violated as they just tried to make their ascent back into dangerous terrain, because GSW and FS are still lurking here. Granted, both down to a solo. Maybe they've got the blue chips and they're sort of eyeing up the chance of going for the tower, but should both be aware that the other is still lurking nearby. And it's another 1v1 that could potentially spell a chance to get all of their teammates back into the game. So that would be a big win on the engagement for either GSW or Full Sense, provided that GamDaSal don't just sweep the area and clean them up before they get the chance.
Yeah, FN right there. I think I kind of got the idea because GDS was actually perched out quite thin, right? Like 1-1-1. They were holding grounds of their own, and they were crashing in as 3 against the one guy, but somehow they just end up exploding. Could be the nade. It was a nade that take them out after all. Yeah, well, spoiled milk. No need to cry about it. Meanwhile, Alter Ego has got the lay of the land here. Across the vehicular contraption, and Trick will fire against GGP. But the fight will take on up on a high hill. That trade will be there though. A bait to draw them out, and they will be the ones who punish. GOGOPUSH, Guyon trades out another, and seems like 2 members from GGP is knocked. But not more can be saved with AE, especially with Man, who is up in the heavens, unable to fire down unless he could make a play of the century and try and to exit his console for the time being and try and shoot down towards all of these perching members.
Test player does finally catch out Xiaopian, so a game start wins that engagement, and Guyon will reap the rewards of expending quite a few P90 bullets to bring down the glider. Man does crash land right in front of him and gets wiped out as well. So GGP 4 kill points on the board, and cleaning up Alter Ego, only 4 points so far on the entire day for them of the first 3 games. GOGOPUSH, they've lost just the 1. They might be able to grab No Mercy's blue chip, get him back in action once again. But they expended quite a lot of P90 bullets, but at the very least they can swap it over for another weapon if required now. There's plenty of bodies in the area. Min may be fortunate not to have gone down. He did get 1 knock and then instantly was traded, but the trade was there in time for GOGOPUSH to keep 3 players alive at the very least, and they're heading over towards Respawn Tower, but on the far side, I think that was FW starting to creep in, so they've got to be a little bit precautious. As the zone has shifted, it's gone north, so Min with this blue chip respawn is actually going to be dead center of the zone. These E-pickups are not going to get there in time to completely catch him out, but T1's been really aggressive, and I wouldn't be all too surprised if they just sort of sent it into a compound and took a fight against whoever's holding that spot.
Could look to drop on north. Right now, only 1 team occupies the area nearby Nanchuan. It's going to be FW. And that's a team they could pretty much go toe-in-toe with if, I mean, T1, who are we kidding? They go to toe-to-toe with every single one in this lobby, and so far hasn't been punished at that sort of maneuver. So maybe wherever the drop is going to be one heck of a clip or a moment to look forward to. Meanwhile, FW Esports comfortably in the northern side of the circle. Nothing too crazy just yet. Baegopa, despite a little bit of a sticky situation earlier on, they still have all 4 members. So they'll look to pretty much make their way into this zone, if not already, and maybe try and take over this compound that FW Esports just found themselves into.
If GGP was able to get that blue chip respawn, the zone shifters actually favored them because he can just bring No Mercy back on top of that hill, and there's plenty of bodies there for him to find ammunition and get loot. They did manage to get him back. We have ticked back up to a full 4-man available, so he'll be able to grab at least some weapons and utility off one of the many bodies in that area, whether it's his or one from Alter Ego. Teams on the other side being forced to keep their heads down as JDG come flying down. December 12th lands on the roof, but not for long, but it trades back and forth. Opening knocks on either side, and Cold gets the secure as well. So numbers advantage now just about in favor of JDG, but Susie almost caught down with that grenade. The revive is going to come through, and there's not really much that they can do about it to prevent Baegopa grabbing this revive, but JDG can get one of their own. Bring it at least back to a 3v3 under pressure from FW, so Susie needs to get inside quickly.
Well, that's the only play, thankfully, that JDG, they were able to resuscitate December 12th back into the game, so that should give them some sort of a fighting chance here, especially with Spacemen still not being eliminated just yet. They could look to maybe pick up another member. Meanwhile, BGP is the one who lost 2 and will get eliminated. All thanks for JDG, who was in the back foot, but right now turn things around for themselves, eliminate all 4. Whatever happened there was a mishap or an opportunity not capitalized, but FW Esports in the area can look to play scavenger this time.
I was looking at Cold pushing forwards on towards Park Pro. He had 5 frag grenades, didn't even need them, just tossed 1 in through the window and secured that final push. Suzy, I don't know whether he had like audio information, whatever it was, but just sprinting through the door, hip firing, and catching Baegopa before they can get off the revive and fight back. FW not going to find any of the third parties that they were looking for. So they're still down at a 10-point deficit behind T1 now, who have just been slaying their way through the entire lobby here on day number 2. Up to 70 points in 7 matches played so far. Still averaging 10 points per game. Still crazy impressive with the reduced placement points available. Just means they've been absolutely fragging. Full Sense is still alive, but they still haven't got the respawns of their 3 previously perished players, despite the fact that they got all of the kills onto GSW. So I don't know if anyone did something crazy and stole all the blue chips. But Test Player, he's come ready to tank the blue zone for a while. 31 bandages, 11 first aids. He's in no rush to get into the zone. And they have respawned. He's brought them all back in.
Oh, and great play coming out from Full Sense itself. Could give them some sort of a uniform as well.
They might not be in for long if they go directly on top of Team Flash. I think they're going to go a little bit to the south side of Stadium, maybe check the apartments. But if Flash looks up, especially T-Dot, who's on top of the stadium roof right now, they might see there's a bit of a feast being airdropped behind them.
Well, thankfully, Team Flash is occupied against the likes of 4 AM, who does have quite of a wide spread, which means they've covered most of the general direction Team Flash is in. Might overextend themselves here, Team Flash, if they're not too careful, especially now with Full Sense occupying Stadium as well. Might not even realize there's a snake in the grass, and that could bite them back and get them to pay the price real heavily here if they're not too careful. Thankfully though, still a large arena to play from. 4 Angry Men can hold their position for the time being, at least until this next circle shifts in for them to get the intel to maybe make the next rotation. It is going to be Team Flash who will have to hold their grounds against Full Sense if they were looking to make the move forward.
Pretty sure they know that Full Sense is in this area. Belmoth landed into the stadium itself, so they should have heard the parachutes if they didn't spot it out. Binek is a little bit behind in with the vehicle. Belmoth nearly got caught just sprinting through the open, but thankfully got the audio cue in time and just hit the deck to keep himself out of harm's way without being noticed. And this is a problem now for Team Flash. Maybe they don't know that Full Sense are behind them because they are not paying attention. They're not looking back, checking for anyone else coming out of Stadium. This could be a real weakness in the armor of Team Flash and what should be a really strong position towards the south side of the zone.
Meanwhile, T1 back at their antics, picking off kills within his lobby. GDS seems to be the next on the menu. A nade tossed on forward just when the circle is about to advance, but meanwhile, Rain shoots some of the drive-byers, didn't confirm any, so GDS, they're actually exiting the vehicles to try and fight, but they're dropping like flies, one after another. And the third member will try and drive it out of there, out of sight, out of might. You're not going to catch them. It's the final member too, so he's not going to risk it. Not for this skirmish, no. But T1 can look to get more that's on the ground here. Play the scavengers, and GamDaSal is actually eliminated at best. So T1 picks up the 5 kills already, but it's left with Heather and End to play the rest of the game.
Yeah, they were playing a bit of a 2-2 split. They got an opening knock as GamDaSal came flying in, and then NMU just re-breach it and just run over 2 of the players, 1 from either team. But now it's third parties again, as not only JDG, but XY is coming up over this side, just gatekeeping everyone ahead of them. Actually, XY is driving out of the zone all the way to the edge of the blue to try and find angles onto T1. I don't know if Xiaoseng spotted E-End down on the lower right, but he definitely has seen Heather. Definitely did not see E-End. Pays for the over-aggression as E-End lands the headshot with the AUG. And now XY have to commit a little bit further, but the rest of their squad is putting shots into NMU. T1 has a slight opportunity to make it up this hill and put some more damage onto XYZD. Maybe find themselves a way out from here as JDG's putting damage on them as well.
JDG gets a knock crucially onto T1, but T1 tries to go in with the spray, but gets eliminated instead. Has the 1 member ready to take on that assault. And so T1, the Giants are out, but again, they get 7 kills, which is impressive. Now XYZD, they've extended too far to try and be third parties within that skirmish itself. Will get to find their way back into the circle thanks to the vehicle that they've brought on over. But JDG Esports, seemingly candidly not knowing that maybe 1 member from NMU was still around, or just decided it's not worth sticking around to find out, and so rotates back to allies within a compound. Smarter move at that, but I'm not sure if they were able to get the kills they want to. They do have 6 in total, so it's worth something at the very least.
Yeah, it's better than not only having less kill points, but also having more enemies on your side of the zone. They've cleaned up enough and put enough presence down to dissuade anyone else from creeping in on this side. Team Flash evidently not coming as victims to full sense, but there's still more teams lurking on the opposite side. Hungvo Ditch did get tagged down from distance, and it's Shen once again, 9mm Warlord, creeping up around the beach, finds T-Doi. T-Doi was setting up to send some mortars out of there. It's Shen's grenades and Xiaolu as well in combination. They steal away the kill point onto Hungvo Ditch and then follow up with an explosive demise of Long X. Team Flash gone in a flash, as 4AM have so much control around this entire southern side of the zone now. I think they flexed out from the buildings on the southeastern side and just crept their way up behind Team Flash, who made it over the river. Shen was lurking around that bridge earlier on, so probably fed the information that the team made the move and just crept up behind them, caught them with their pants down, and blew them to pieces.
Yeah, man, 4AM, they've always etched their names to be one of those grenadiers within the lobby, and we see that again. It just had to be a grenade win, although it was a more easily executable one. But man, it was a slither of HP. That shows some sort of composure coming out from that veteran of the team here. Meanwhile, Full Sense still has got full team, and now 4AM behind them. They're occupying center, which is quite crazy given the fact that they're playing wide in the open and only have gotten this, well, this trailer or whatever you call it. It's
the little
minivan.
Electric Pico bus. Yeah, it's not quite a BRDM. It's tanky, that's for sure, but it's no BRDM. And XYZD's Wukong sprinting down the staircase, getting Zayu caught off guard. He will get the trade and get the revive onto Xiaoseng, who went down slightly earlier on. A rebreach attempted by 777, but spins out, and Wukong is there, ready in the window, ready to pick him off. Guyon from the other side of the road, finishing off TDT. So XYZD, they got a little bit aggressive up towards their north, punished for it somewhat, but now they've come back down into the fold. They still have to continue on making a move. Guyon's just being irritating, making it a little more difficult, popping tires. It's FW's angle now that's a problem for JDG.
Yeah, man, that right now, that circle, I'm not sure where they're getting at here, but it's I don't know if it's the best of idea to occupy center, but we'll see how that one plays out now. We have FW Esports who's playing the sides, or the circumference of this zone itself. Might need to look to check some members earlier on in the center side, just to ensure that they're well within the circle, but meanwhile, XYZD getting shredded on that rotation, so JDG getting absolute value. 10 kills already going on their end. Only lose 1 member, but it's not down and out. Still can be resuscitated back into play here. But Team Flash and FW Esports from the top side looking to third party this. Hit him where it hurts. Trying to scavenge this situation for themselves.
Banana One's pushing up ahead. He's sent Rays around to the north side as well to look for the flank. So JDG, they're going to be with 2 players downed. And it's going to be a struggle to try and get the revives. They've got to smoke up towards Spaceman, but it's the angle of Rays. It's just too much of an issue. Went all the way around the north. He's got a big ridge that he can use for some protection to keep GGP from peeking over into his line of sight. He's got the trees for some cover as well. And JDG under a whole lot of pressure. They do manage to get the revive onto Spaceman, but Rays' angle is still an issue. He's still got line of sight. Can't quite finalize the shots though, but now a peek over the top from Guyon, and he does go down. Belmoth caught out though. That central position, like you said, the bowl does not give any real cover from teams who have any sort of high ground. Canaxi can hold on to the roof of this building for now as Guyon peeks up over the top. That's the real high ground, that big mountain, and the P90 wipes out JDG.
Phase 6 blue zone grenade, just taking them down one after another. It's just a bad rotation to try and occupy center here of a full sense. They are bleeding members left, right, and center. Will be able to go in with the pickup, but that should just keep them at bay for the time being for some of these teams to advance forward. 4 AM on the top side, FW Esports slowly advancing forward, and GGP as well coming in on their eastern side as well. So this, they're going to have to fend off all 3 teams, being the top 4 teams, and they're center putted for the time being. Right now, decides to rotate on the outside. Probably a good idea, but 4 AM, they caught him out. XX Lu, he does fall on pretty low with the drive-by shot. And so, full sense, Tanadol looking to push on forward, but test player gets him beforehand.
I actually don't mind it from Full Sense. It looks kind of crazy for them to just be sitting in a bowl in the center for so long, but there were so many teams just dying on the edge that getting to the center actually might have been the safest place because no one's looking there. And now when there's only 4 teams left and everyone kind of has their quadrant of zone, they just go past 4 AM and take the edge for themselves and send 4 AM into the center. So now they're the team who's really in danger of just getting blown apart by grenades. They lost 1 player to those exact grenades. It's exactly like this from Full Sense. Just spamming them down. A NanMou almost gets taken out with just the fragmentation grenades, but a little bit of a follow-up, and Tanadol lands a long-range shot over the top onto Rays as well. So pressure now from FS and GGP. What a move that was from Full Sense, just to completely bait and switch 4 AM into taking their position away from them and forcing them into the center. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's insane play. I mean, you should... What an IGL to be able to make that call immediately, understanding the situation. Playing from the outside now, the dynamics change, and now it's 4 AM under the gunfire of GGP, but technically GGP has got eyes on everyone else. Guyon will try and get a knock here and capitalize the situation. FS will have 2 members down actually. So maybe not so favorable after all, as the high hills just occupying this entire lobby. They will be eliminated in 4th place, all thanks to the likes of FW Esports, who were sharing the neighborhoods within them. And now 4 AM, despite being in a sticky situation, still have 1 more member, and that circle closed onto them. So it is GGP who's now pressured against time to run downhill and be in the open, in which full FW Esports can look to gun them in their run.
To my knowledge, Guyon is the only player who, from day 1 of matches, hit the 1,000 point margin, and he's within range of doing that again. Another knock and a little tickle more damage, and he's going to be right there, holding it down from long range with the Dragunov. Gets another tag. Doesn't land the headshot that he needs, though. The rest of the squad has started to push down, get a little bit of a foothold on lower ground. They've been able to do so without needing to use smokes. They've got a vehicle as well if they need to make a little bit more of a drastic rotation. But the positioning of FW, now that Full Sense have been cleared out, they've got a big ridge to try and work with, but it's a pretty shallow gradient, so it's tough to peek up over the top without exposing themselves to GOGOPUSH while they still hold on to this high ground position.
I'd be worried if I was GOGOPUSH, because they're going to have to go and push eventually. Right now, sending a member forward, Kitsune with a car. So thankfully they've got vehicles. Going on flank side with some members left in the front side. So that way they're spread thin in terms of the attention. Oh, gets shoots on forward, but he's got a Panzerfaust. Tries to aim for the rock. but that rock is as sturdy as things are gonna get. They get 4 a.m. in trying to rotate in, and now it's a one team against the other. FW against GOGOPUSH. 3 members of FW against the 4, so numbers advantage goes to the side of GGP, who's also gotten the majority control of the final circle.
Yeah, it's a smart idea from Kitsune not to get too close. Maybe anticipating that FW would have had some sort of utility, whether it's grenades, Panzerfausts, whatever it would be. So kept his distance, dodged out from the threat of the Panzerfaust. That's a little bit dangerous. The deployable cover landing on top of the car. I would be a bit worried if I was FW that thing's just going to fall over and splatter you at the most inopportune moment. But keeping it together for now. They've spread themselves a little bit wider. I don't know whether Raze, once again going on this northern flank, has been spotted by GOGOPUSH. No Mercy is checking that side, so maybe seems aware that it's at least a possibility. And they're not getting overly aggressive, just keeping No Mercy as the point man, holding up close while the rest of the squad fall back into DMR range, just to try and suffocate FW, wait for the zone to force them to make a move. It's going to be Raze that has to move first. He's the only one outside of this phase 8 zone that's going to start shifting in 40 seconds time.
Oh, they're going to have to play it towards the end. Don't want to be the ones to be the first committer here. Have to gauge what just play out the blue, right? Let it burn in. Then any members from the outside will have to make a movement because it's phase 8. It's going to hurt, but there it is. Guyan gets a knock onto FW. That's Banana 1-2, one of the key players. So FW Esports, they're 1 man down. That's an arsenal missing from your inventory, and now leaving 1 member. That's Riz. Gets shot in the far side here. Immediate chicken dinner for GGP.
Well, that was over before it even started. Guyon, welcome once again to the 1K Damage Club for the second time. Just about had some bullets left on that P90. This was like 20 minutes ago. He was shooting that thing at a glider, and at the very end, he had 12 bullets left over. Got the opening pick onto Banana 1, and that was enough for GOGOPUSH just to say, okay, time to go and wipe them out. And just a long-range spray as Raze just got absolutely dominated at the end in the 4 versus 1. A big victory for GOGOPUSH, their first one of the Masters 4, and they've been getting into the top 4 a lot of times, just haven't really been able to get it over the line. Even with the last time they picked up 1,000 damage for Guyon, they lost out in a 3 versus 2 against T1. This time around, though, no such bad fortune, and they do get their first win and claim their first $1,000 and, importantly, the first victory for a Group B team of the day.
Yeah, just expanding that lead here. Since we're already 3 matches down, we only have 3 more left remaining. Group B will need to be able to take all the chickens onto their end if they were looking to compete against the Group A and Group C, who might just be hiding some of their firepowers towards the final day of the game, right? They need to know what's the benchmark to meet. And I guess T1 is currently holding that benchmark right now, crashing onto compound against every other team and winning that trades off so effortlessly.
Yeah, but we saw some signs of life out of teams that have been looking pretty stiff so far. JDG this game managing to get double-digit kill points, scrapping all the way throughout as well. 4 a.m. really with their first entry into anywhere close to the late stages of the game, with a little bit of positional play, a little bit of sneaky rat maneuvers out of Shen and the boys this time around. But it's good to see that those teams are still putting up a bit of a fight. The wonderful things you can do when you don't get annihilated on a hot drop by T1. Not that Pero would know about that in this game, because they did get annihilated by T1, who have continued their streak of hot dropping every single game and then dying outside of the top 8, but still getting 7 or 8 points, which is a very fine margin. Good utility usage out from FW towards the end, layering their blue zone grenades with frag grenades to make sure if anyone's just trying to heal through them, using the first aid to survive through the blue zone, they no longer have the choice, and then just a clean spray at the very end to wipe out FW for their 2nd place finish. They've been in the top 4 a lot of times, but this time around it's GOGOPUSH who gets the better of them with that big pick off, and once again, big man Guyon. 1,000 damage for the 2nd time in this tournament. He's been really showing up for them.
And it's real spectacular too, right? Because GGP is one of those teams where I noticed they don't really pack on those close quarter MP5s to try and take those push, right? Like Guyon has been always the marksman who's playing from the far side and he's landing those shots, which is why they're right now for them to play in this lobby with this incentive structure is surprising that they're getting away with this sort of playstyle.
Yeah, they get helped a little bit by the zone that shifted up towards the northern side of Stadium. They used that to its full benefit, keeping the high ground as long as they could, getting the revive just in time before the other team started to rock up. So 13 kills and 5 for the chicken dinner will be their overall reward. But again, JDG, 10 points, 0 placements, but 10 kills is good to see from them after they've not really had much of a chance to do anything in the first couple of days of games. Team Flash, we should mention as well, after just 2 games, not really getting anything on the board this game at all, but after game number 2, had more points than Team Himas and Anyone's Legend did in 6 of day number 1. So really solid stuff from them. This game was not really anything to write home about on their side, but it's big because now our top 3 teams all consistently Group B. T1, FW and GOGOPUSH. As you would expect, they've had 9 chances to stack up those points, but it's good that GOGOPUSH have started to make their way in towards the top 3 once again and actually get the win on the board, because their performances have been pretty solid. They've been consistent and, like you said, not falling into this kind of T1 style of over-aggression, but can we really say falling into that when T1 just keeps winning when they're doing that? I don't know. It's a really tough balance to try and find to be able to do what T1 is doing right now, and maybe it's a sensible approach to go for the GOGOPUSH way, the style of living and longevity, but it's good to see that they're rewarded finally for their consistency.
Yeah, I mean, in the end of the day, really, you just got to do what works, right? If it works for you to be aggressive, then you double down on that one. Like, really, if you're T1, you're getting away from these early skirmishes, keep it going, because you technically walked away with a full chicken dinner amount of points anyway within that first few skirmishes itself. So no reason for them to stop. Right now at number 1, 73. I believe 60 is kind of the current benchmark here, but we do have 3 more games to go before we can ultimately set the scores on what is the number to beat, especially from Group A and Group C itself. But the next match is going to go over onto Taego. Excited for that one. Excited to see more on what PUBG Esports has got to offer here in the Players Master Asia 4.
Yeah, and it's really been a very different style of endgame, specifically compared to yesterday's matches. This time around, we're just really not seeing what we saw in day number 1 in Groups A versus Group B. FW, a lot of their success on day number 1 came from, like, they would pick up a BRDM in phase 1 and then just keep it safe, play towards the edge of the zones, not really come under a whole lot of pressure, and then in the late stages of the game just use that to run people over because they just don't have the ways to counter it after using all of their bullets and all of their utility. This time around, it's just, we're not seeing the BRDMs. I don't think we've seen one at all today, but it is just purely gun skill, a whole lot of aggressive plays, 9mm left, right, and center, particularly for Team T1, who, by the way, has 22 kills in today's matches and only 2 placement points, which, again, placement points is for the top 4, so it's a little bit of a different margin than when we typically say 2 placement points, but that's still wild. That it just shows how aggressive they've been, averaging above 7 kills every game, but still not making it to the late stages. And, I mean, they've hot dropped 3 times, so it's not really surprising to see that kind of ratio, but it's definitely surprising to see the result of just the pure amount of points that they're able to get while still playing this close to the edge.
I think that's a blessing, right? To be able to get 7 kills and realizing that no team beyond the top 4 position is going to get any points. So right there and then, you're not going to be worried about going out too soon, because what's the likelihood of some of those teams raking in gradual menial points after the 4th position to perhaps take over the lead that you've created yourself? Everyone else 5th place onwards is walking away with 0 points. There is no way they're going to take over your spot here. So a very comfortable strategy coming up from T1 itself. I do like to see some of these other teams maybe show off a little bit more conservative approach towards the game. I know teams like 4AM, who's great at aggression, but right now they're being punished left, right, and center, and they're known to be one of those teams who never back down from a fight. But if they're getting punished, maybe they have to put their foot off the pedal a little bit.
Well, no chance to take a break and take your foot off the gas because we're going straight back into game number 3 with Taego this time. And it's another one where, hey, BRDMs could be very useful. There's a whole lot of wide open fields in this map, and they tend to be favored quite heavily with the zones. There's even a swamp on this map that if you get a late game in that area, oh boy, you're going to hope you've at least got some vehicles for some cover. A BRDM would be extra valuable. This might be, if I remember, the only map where T1 was not hot dropping up against anyone. They were involved in some bridge camp attempt stuff, but nothing really came from it on day number 1 of games. There is very close contention between Team Flash and GSW around Terminal, which played a huge part in our day 1 Taego circles, zone basically just on the western edge of Terminal, center of the map. But it's going to be FS taking the early game fights up against FN. Once again, we're all the way over in Ohyang this time, and UMPs on both sides getting the opening knocks on one apiece.
I'm not sure I like T1's positioning drop here. I understand the logic. They're splitting into 2 different segments, because it's about 60% one island, main island, and 40% of the secondary island itself. But they're sharing compound next to JDG. If they were to go in a skirmish, the backup's not going to be there in time. And talking about skirmish right here, full sense. Oh, Flash gets taken out in the flash here by FN. Breakers gets him from the top side of the entire compound, just playing by the rooftops. And now Belmoth and Thanadol, the last 2 members, standing alive to try and make something of their team here. In the meantime, Alter Ego eliminated 16th place real early too.
Yeah, this was over by Airport. Both of these teams trying to stretch their way out there. GDS just ran over AE. Only 4 points for them on the day. They're not getting any more this time around. No chance to grab the revives. Naked Breakers sprinting around with an AK, just looking for full sense. This is one of the big things about Ohyang. If you control the high ground positions, in particular the little police station building, it's so hard to flush you out from that spot, especially in TPP. You've got that little raised edge that you can use just to gather information. And if you're pushing into that from the northern side, it's an issue, especially now that PO has, in classic PO fashion, stretched a little bit away from the rest of the squad and started to creep his way forwards to look for opportunities. Tanadol, though, does have a Panzerfaust, so if he catches wind, regardless of who it is, that there's a player sneaking up on the back line, and he puts the Panzerfaust to some use, it might be game over pretty quickly for PO, but he needs to get the Panzerfaust out. He has to have that thing ready to activate instantly to react as soon as PO starts taking shots, but he's not got it out. He's just going to go down, I think. Oh, did he spot? He spotted him in the window. He saw him. Oh my god, Tanadol. How many pixels of PO did he see there? But this guy is locked in. Them eyes are sharp.
That was a smart play. Maybe he kept it holstered just so you don't see it at the first glance, right? So he probably didn't know that he had a Panzerfaust on him. That just draws that one out. Well, regardless, whatever that is, that inhuman reaction right there just secures one for the side of FS. They will get 1 point, but again, I think it's worth trying to collect some of their tags here or contesting this area, because they do have the respawn beacon somewhere nearby. And talking about which, Petrichor Road now tries to find their way into the early part of the circle via the drop itself. Baegopa spots 1 member out thanks to the TPP immediately. Nobody likes it because it's just, you're looking at it from a third-person point of view and you see everything even though your character physically cannot.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to have to go up against that, but FN and Baegopa putting it to solid use. Thinking back to Tanadol again, just sprinting past that window. There's so many ways that could go haywire. Like if he had the map open while he's sprinting around, I don't know. There's so many ways it could have gone badly. Akan, though, using TPP to perfection, just hiding around the corner. Free information on Star-Lord as he tries to find a reposition. And Baegopa, they just surrounded the entirety of the town, so there's just no angle that FN can go where they're safe. Even Park Pro just lurking, not even next to a wall, just on a ramp, but using that information. But he will be punished for it. Gets picked off, as Zenith will be able to grab the revive. Baegopa, this has actually gone pretty bad for them. They're down to just one player standing. It's Akan. And, well, okay, that's fine. He catches Rex completely for free. And on the far side of the town is the two-man of FN, who might try and look to hunt him down, but he's going to try and reposition quickly before they can catch him.
He can pick up tags, though. The beacon's still here. Maybe they'll look to disappear as well, FN. We'll see how it goes, but obviously FN coming out the winner eventually within this compound hold. Maybe they get the revive instead. And so BGP, like you said, just found themselves gambling a little too much of their members. Will have to bow out. Meanwhile, a rotation on bike. Shen, we've seen them pull out quite of an aura farming play earlier on, but I don't think they can do that as they crash into teams though. Meanwhile, talking about crashing, JDG has got a car, and I think he can hear some of those audio cues from vehicles just roaring in the far side, and it's XYZD. He's got December 12th coming in from flank side here, or actually he might be the ones who's on flank, but XY does not want to take this fight. Decided to pull back after seeing some of these maneuvers coming out from JDG. They will take control of this hill.
Not a bad bit of positioning for JDG to keep hold of in this early phase of the game. For now, it's a pretty similar zone to the one that we had yesterday. Still a potential chance that this could shift back up to the northwestern island side of Tago. Yesterday's matches, that was not the case. And this wasn't the case either. Neither of these two teams were in play yesterday, but of course, Pero gets a chance to take a shot at 4 a.m. They're going to swing for it. NanMou gets taken out of the game quickly as Nan catches him, but Longzi and Xiaolu, they're pushing in towards this. They're looking for retribution, but no. He finds a faceplant into a wall, into the line of fire of Mingming. He's holding the line. Xiaolu just pre-firing with the MP5, but he's disappeared out of there just in time. Beautifully played by Mingming.
Like I said, they're aggressive. They never back down from the fight. Even right now, when it's a good idea just to book it out of there, well, they're in too deep. We'll have to fend things off. Oh, XX Lu gets one member. Ming is running pretty low as well, and he's playing the window panes just well and out. Just, ooh, that nice cornering right there. Just scathe, surviving by a sliver. Not getting hits just yet, so it's going to be a stalemate, but it's a 1v1 situation, which 4 a.m. should theoretically come on without clean, but they do have a member who's coming in flank side as well from the window, so it turned into a 2v1 situation. Pero, the bigger victors here.
Oh, nicely done. It did get a little bit costly. Some very solid individual gameplay. Sprinting around and, oh boy. In classic fashion, as we've had the entirety of this tournament, you fight anyone, a third party shows up. This time Mingming is just well aware of that. Catches Huang F just jogging through a field. Casually. Leisurely pace. But the rest of TDT accelerating things a little bit more now. And Pero has had to use a lot of utility to flush 4 a.m. out from their positions. TDT has the vehicles as well. They can look to sort of wrap all the way around, contain, control the whole compound. But then GSW is behind them. CC might get angles on towards 777. You can see him creeping forwards on the mini-map. He's so close behind him right now, actually. It's like CC's about to start throwing fists with 7-7. He's right on the other side of the smokes. He has no idea.
Oh, and he's going to hit him where it hurts, right behind him, where his head does not see him approaching. Right now, CC, he's got a decent knock, but nothing too fatal just yet. Thanks to the smoke right there, maybe CC can look to utilize that as his own personal cover. There was a rock there too, so it's a playable spot at best. Now TDT, they want to take the fight against Pero, who's sharing this compound. Looking at the members on the chart here, TDT still have got 3. Meanwhile, Pero, I believe they were down to 2. So still a winnable fight should they get the first knock to equalize their odds here. But we'll take a look at the circle instead, see where it goes.
Yeah, it could be a big one. There's still a chance this shifts back up towards the northwest. A team like NMU could get a big zone shift out of this, so it could go all the way over to the east and nobody gets a hard feed. All right, GamDaSal maybe with a 2-2 split, they can look to regroup. They've got some airdrop crates just outside their compound. They could try to grab those quickly as well, and then look to play defensive positions and have a very good chance of making it to late stages of the game, because everyone else is just going to get picked off all around them on a zone shift like this. FW, GGP taking fights already. It's phase 2. We've already lost a quarter of the lobby. And Chewy has actually managed to sneak his way out to a vehicle and get himself a quick little heal off. 777's looking with a Panzerfaust. If he knew Chewy's in this car, he could just delete him right now, but he just has no idea.
He's holding his fire. He could have. Come on, he sees him on the inside and doesn't even want to use the Panzerfaust, but he'll take the trade any day. 777 coming up big time here, but hey, look at that. Pero, a member, is trying to make the push on forward. That is Ming. I wonder what went through his head right there, one of these members, Chewy. Yeah, were you there to fight or were you there to find out?
I mean, if he fired that Panzerfaust, the vehicle explodes, it kills him as well, so he had to switch weapons. He just... Okay, a little bit hectic, but I cannot fault Chewy for trying it. That was... I like it. It's a good effort. Ming, though, has defensive work to do once again for the second time, and 7-7 did hold on to the Panzerfaust, so defense is a little bit difficult. Zayu has been picked off, though, on the far side of the road. I think it may have been JSW, but now JSW's under some pressure as FL have crept up onto the high ground on the minimap. They're forcing Zhao Pian to take a bit of a wider approach to regroup with the rest of the squad. It's just constant, isn't it? Zayu has gone down. It was GSW who got that knock, and they will secure the kill point too. And they're going to hop into their vehicle and shift over towards the north and leave TDT to try and flush out Ming. He's been putting in some solid defensive work, but 4AM did not come equipped with a Panzer.
One shot, all it takes. Oh, missed it by the corner, the edges. Ming, can he actually play this one out? He does have the third person field of view here, which may outplay it, and he will go down, but man, he's already styled upon TDT.
Oh my god. Ming. That's disgusting. Ming, you're no fun. He stops Ming from enjoying and shooting bodies, because I'm sure he would have. But never mind. A big gameplay coming out from Ming. Twice. Having to do solo defensive work. First off against 4AM, and then TDT tries their luck, dodging the Panzerfaust, and then those quick little peeks around the side. Beautifully done. But in the end, it's game start win. They take away the position, they take away a couple of kill points, one from TDT, one from Pero, and they managed to keep themselves pretty safe as well from the team that was lurking up the hill above them. So all in all, grand winners, but 7 kill points for Pero, not too bad.
I mean, we have to remember, Pero is probably the only team today who could stand toe-to-toe to T1, nearly won the fight if it wasn't for the pickup itself. So they're up to something, definitely, for sure. They've stopped most of the teams that came into their way, and only bow out to the likes of T1, so that's saying a lot for them.
We finally got one. It's FW. Of course it's FW. They have been loving the BRDMs. They got a lot of success out of using them on day number 1, so not surprised. They get themselves a flare gun. They're going to take the opportunity. That's the other good thing about BRDMs. You don't really need to go for the bridge. It is an amphibious vehicle. You can just go straight across the river if they opt to do so. I think he's just trying to head over to pick up Rays for now, though. And might just be a case of go over the bridge. But the rest of FW is going all the way the long way around towards the Western Yongchon Bridge. I'm not sure exactly what the game plan is, but when FW had all their success, it was keeping their BRDM and keeping it safe, not taking chip damage throughout the game, making sure their back was completely clear. And maybe that's just why they're over here. Make sure no one's going for any crazy blue zone wraps to make sure that they can just keep that BRDM as healthy as possible so they can exploit it in the late stages of the game. Guyon had no idea that Rex was lurking. Easiest double headshot of his career. And Guyon will be going down.
Oh, unfortunate for GGP, it had to be Guyon too. The marksman of everyone. So that's going to be them with crucial firepower out of the game for the time being. Rex, I guess that would contribute onto the 6 kills that they've already had. So honestly, not a bad pickup for them. Only 2 players left for FN Esports, and so they're making it work despite the disadvantage. Meanwhile, GDS GamDaSal has got 4 already, 1 from each member, but it's BGP who's now falling flat here nearly got down, and he will PO from the far side, the back end, with the drive-by from NanMou. Right now, trying to aim down the sides, trying to scout out anyone within the area here. Tries to pick some people or some players if his eyes could ever see it, but they're hidden behind APAC structures at the time being. And GOGOPUSH, as great as they were previously, they will have to bow out early here in match number 4, so unfortunate at best. But FW Esports now with the BRDM, the position in place, can look to take fights out in the open, and now Circle will be updated for the next phase here. It's going to be phase 4 of the Circle, and it closes down towards the center side, slightly skewing towards the south, the western side of the entire play zone here. It's still going to be favorable for most teams, but it's looking like open fields for the rest of the lobby to try and dupe things out.
That's exactly where FW gets the benefit of having the BRDM, keeping it safe, coming in late. Open fields. It's this same hilltop as well that we saw game ending in. I think it was in PAQ up in this area. It's so oppressive, especially in TPP, if you can hold that high ground position. But there's so many ways that teams can sort of creep up from behind you. FW just trying to keep their vehicles as safe as possible. They do still have the BRDM, but bringing that thing up a hill, it's slow, it's a big target, and there is a player still lurking out on the edge behind them, and that's Baegopa. And they're just going to have to try and creep their way forwards, find somewhere to hold up. Kanaxi ain't getting brought back into this one. But Banana One with a milk truck with 3 wheels. He's lacking health. He's in grenade range of Ming. If he can line this up, this might be game over quickly for FW's IGL.
Not if the cover is there, but the Panzerfaust is, of course, the solution. Takes down 2. Ming just giving them a little bit of hope. They tried to do some sort of a barricade to maybe give it a chance for Banana One to still survive, but eventually that's going to trade out in 2. Banana One is still there though, so essentially what they came in to do for, it's still there, but at a cost that is a little far too great as he tries to push uphill. It's an uphill battle quite literally here with nades being tossed on his direction. It's going to be smokes. Thankfully for the likes of Banana One, there will be Baegopa in the rear end to try and stop some of GSW from over-peaking their ledge.
Double-edged sword of the BRDM, where FW had all of their success with it. They were holding on to it until the very late game when people had already used the Panzerfausts. Big sprays, though, coming out from GSW as T1 go flying by. A lot of headshots landed, but it's only EN who gets knocked out of the vehicle. The rest of T1 do go flying by. Sounds like that vehicle is no more. As down just over the edge of the cliff, a loud explosion rings throughout the lobby. Team Flash putting pressure into the back of Baegopa. They've conceded 1 knock. Long X is looking angle to try and confirm it, but he might just get another driving directly into his line of sight.
Yeah, but direct spray here, but somehow not connecting. Even give him the chance to exit the vehicle, and only then catches him by the animation here. We'll take him down. Meanwhile, the rest of Baegopa is on the far side. Surely that's going to be information transfer, but I don't see how they're going to be able to follow up with that. Baegopa has got member coming in, so they traded 1, but saved another, so they'll be in a stalemate for the time being, unless FL has got something to say about it. Shoots the bird from the sky, and the circle has shifted.
PO is not going to touch down this time. Not going to make it down to the ground. Sometimes it does feel like teams get the respawns on their players and it just does nothing really apart from feed points over to another team. FN cleaned up as well as NMU get their first squad elimination, but they're immediately under pressure themselves, conceding a knock rapidly as soon as FN are dealt with. What a nade that was from T-Doi. The bounce on that, the distance, the angle. Park Pro lurking behind the tree just gets one banged. And now Baegopa down to one single player remaining. It's going to be Songjang behind the tree, and Team Flash know where he is. They can look to try and make a push and claim this entire southwest, as the top of the hill is looking hectic.
Yep, but looking to clear on real soon here as XYZD already takes one member, but now they're getting shot from the backside. Ooh, they have to be careful. XYZD eyes onto GSW. They're trying to take over this entire hillside here, but they do have hay bales to play behind. FW Esports gets eliminated. Going up against T1, I believe. I know. Oh, this is a prime area too. They do have the respawn beacon here. Should they be able to turn the favor and the tide towards their advantage, XYZD could just get 4 kills and a respawn if required. Shashang in position to maybe go in with the flank.
GSW is the team who has the opportunity to do some defensive work right now as GDS runs over their teammate in the kill feed. That's always fun. 7 kills already for GSW. GDS still has the links as well. They're still finding angles. NMU's Cizai gets taken down. I think they're trying to make their way out of this little warehouse. They're just not going to find an avenue. And Lorne with that links did get the tag onto Cizai in the center of the road, not securing the flush though. It's stolen away. Now GSW's defensive duties are springing into action, but Ming's only got 2 bullets left. That is not ideal. That might be just what causes them some problems against XYZD, but he's still got enough bullets to get another drop onto Baji. And it's one player standing. Xiaopian's got enough to secure 1 flush. Just hasn't spotted Wukong on the move as it... Okay. Doesn't need to spot him for long. 6 kills for Ming. Xiaopian with a nice double spray down. But they're looking real low on ammunition. They could do with looting some of those bodies if they get the chance, but the blue zone has already arrived. Looking a bit tough now for GSW, but they've done some really solid work from the top of that hill.
Yeah, it was all for XYZD to win or to lose, and for some weird reason they came out on the losing end within the as the aggressors. So great hold coming out from GSW. Meanwhile, Baegopa coming in as the snake in the grass. Well, not really a snake because he's out here and he's quite loud with it. All the smokes deployed for the single member. Nades gets tossed forward as well. Binek tosses a nade but in the wrong general direction. Sprays out from the cover of smoke. Seongjang will get that kill instead. So it was a heavy committal, but he is the last member, so quite necessary at that. Baegopa bags in 10 kills so far. Maybe he can get another with this nade tossed over Hongbo ditch. Does not connect.
Just really solid work from Songjang. It looked pretty doomed for him when the rest of his squad got picked off earlier on, but surviving, making it all the way as he possibly could. Still not quite into placement points. 2 more teams have to be eliminated before we hit that margin. And Dijin Rong, again, with the Burst Fire Mutant, still finding targets. Lorne taken out. GDS up to 7 kills as well. On par with Pero. Could possibly find a few more as well. As pushing forwards, Dijin Rong's Panzerfaust goes a little bit over the top of the head of right. And that Burst Fire Mutant does not stand a chance when you can just hold mouse 1 and spray back and forth in the smoke. Right, cleaning up NMU. Oh my god, raining.
That was nice right there. It immediately follows in with the spray again against GSW. So they're T1, they're just picking up. Right now, this is the one match that they didn't crash land into a hot drop. But they're going to make their time worth it towards the later stage of the game. Has got 3 kills, but only 2 members. Surely in the top 4 already, so they do have some sort of a placement points to make up for the passive play so far. But can they look to utilize more and get more across the scoreboard.
This is kind of crazy, though. They've got 2 players, and they still have the numbers advantage over everyone else in the lobby because it's just 3 solos. They have a C4 as well, so they could maybe do something crazy and just, if they suspect someone's lurking in a bush or something, just strap it onto a vehicle and send it down towards them. Maybe Xiaopian using this big rock for some cover, but it's 3 solos, and then the duo of T1 up the hill. They've got airdrop crates as well. Plenty of bodies in their area to find utility to work with. Looking good for T1, but it is only 2 players. If they get 1 player picked off from any of these 3 solos, it could quickly swing back in anyone's favor. And we really have no idea who's going to win this game from here.
But just taking a look at the lay of the land, they do have the highest point of the hills within the circle, so maybe they're going to draw mathematically into their advantage as everyone's just trying to crawl and snake their way into zone. Already gets spot out, Baegopa, but that circle moved on even further. They do have some of those loot crates that landed to serve as covers, so with the numbers advantage, the high hills, and some sort of APAC structures to play from, I do feel this is T1's game, but we'll see. An upset can happen.
We typically would say you have to be a little bit wary of high ground as a double-edged sword, because if you can see everyone, that means everyone can see you. That's not really true in TPP, as they can still peek up over the top, and it looks like they're just hard focusing 1 at a time, using their numbers advantage. They're not really bothering about the other 2 solos. They just want to wipe out 1 at a time, and Songjiang is going to be first on the list, as Right and Xiaopian not really making any sort of aggressive movements. Right does have an angle, though, as Raining repositions the vehicle into the zone. Maybe they're going to be sending that down, considering the C4 that he had in play, or just trying to find an angle to catch Songjiang around the other side of the tree. Oh, getting to grenade range even. A little bit further and Songjiang could be in trouble. He's got 1 smoke up to give a little bit of cover. Dodges around the tree just quickly enough for Type not to be able to land the shots, but the 3rd grenade from Raining is fine-tuned at the toes of Songjiang, and there's no surviving that.
Well, Baegopa, they did enough work though. 11 eliminations just under their name. Surely they could have gotten more, because GSW is also at 11 kills here. And they're looking to pretty much supplement it with more placement points. But I do have a feeling that maybe T1 has overcommitted onto that tree side. GSW, as I say that, the threat neutralized itself. Now, GamDaSal, I think maybe he just go in with the what's the word? Suicide here? Go into the blue, deny that points, or maybe just feed one their way.
Nah, don't do it. There's $1,000 on the line. If he can win this 1v2, 1v2 is winnable. He could still do it. T1 is almost providing opportunities to isolate them into 1v1s as well. The one downside that they have for GamDaSal is T1 still has the C4, so they could just strap that onto the car and send it directly at him. But they might not even get a chance because he's sending it straight at them. He's trying to go for the 1v1 while he has the chance into the smoke. I respect the play. I respect the vision. I saw it. He was just going to fly through and run over whoever was lurking in the smoke. I respect it that he went for it. But in the end, T1, it's a small numbers advantage, but 2 players is better than 1 and 1 and 1. And in the end, they make it work in their favor, picking up their 3rd win of the final stage of Masters Asia's 4.
T1 just absolutely on fire. Like, regardless of whatever the strategy they pull out here, they seem to make it work. Early aggression, late game advantage, whichever that may be, they seem to be able to play from all styles, and that's what you expect for a potential championship winning team. And I think this team right now, they're looking to go real far here in the Player Masters Asia 4.
Yeah, it's looking really good for them. They've been a team that has had a lot of ups and downs this year. Started off towards the end of last year looking like contenders for PGC champions, maybe even favorites at some points through that tournament. But it really has been up and down. A couple of missed qualifications to some events, but sticking together and sticking with it throughout all of their opportunities to compete at this sort of level. And yeah, they've definitely just found a meta that fits them, and there's been so many changes and updates to the game. They're kind of really the first to fully commit into, okay, well, ARs and DMRs have kind of been nerfed, so SMGs, let's just full send it and see what happens. It's just working out for them. And this aggressive style of play really suiting T1 so far. Even when it comes down to hot drops, they're still coming out ahead consistently. And when they're not getting hot drops, then they've got the best chance to win the game. That's exactly what they do.
But we do got to take it with a grain of salt, though. Well, we have to admit that the format in this entire run itself is less than conventional, per se. And so T1 might get a great run here, but they have to be able to be adaptable to when it comes to FPP styles play, and also when, you know, maybe placement point rewards a little bit higher than you would be with an aggression alone. But here are some of the crucial highlights that we've seen today. Lots of skirmish towards the early game. I believe we lost a quarter of the lobby in phase 2 alone, and so it was one heck of a game to try and keep up with.
Oh yeah, it was chaotic in the early phases of the game, very similar to yesterday's Tego. I mean, it's very similar zone as well, where there was chance maybe that it could have shifted to the other side of the river. Ends up not doing so, but then just all of the teams that are kind of hedging their bets one way or the other just get caught up in chaotic fights very early on. Multiple teams looking to third party onto fights in and around compounds, sometimes like 3 or 4 teams at once. Very solid work again from Ming Ming of Petrichor Road, defensively up against multiple opposition that was trying to steal that spot away from them. But in the end, it's a slow early game for T1. You saw it was only about the middle stages of the game. They just had 1 kill point on the board, but they stacked them up towards the later stages and just slowly kind of choked out the competition. I've got to respect the attempt of it was right at the end of GamDaSal. Went for the attempt at the play in the 2 versus 1, tried to just send his vehicle into the smoke and bring it down to a 1v1. Didn't work out for him, but I respect they went for it. 13 points for them. They actually come out as the overall total points winners of the game, despite the fact that it's T1 who claims the chicken dinner for the 3rd time.
Yeah, T1's looking to really have a feast here. 3 chicken dinners so far in their run. And today they are a Group B team, so they might just end their run today itself, right? Not might, it's a definite. But they're walking away with 3 chicken dinners. That's $3,000 already onto the name. And if they ended up at first place yesterday, they're gonna get that full 5,000, and if they still again today end up at first place, it's another $5,000 onto their name. So if you do the math, they're closing in at nearly 20 grand from 2 days alone. That is not bad of a payout.
Yeah, it's not bad at all for a couple of days, and it's just a solid weekend from T1. They've got 2 more chances to try and solidify their hold on first place by the end of their day. It's going to be Miramar, it's going to be Erangel for our final 2, but first, a quick break.
And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain, but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing this bad. She see the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain.
Whoa.
No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! Razak here with the shotgun around the side. PGC champion!
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing this bad. She see the world respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain.
Whoa.
No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and characters.
The final chance for Group B teams to catch their breath before they go into their last 2 matches of the final stage of the Players Masters Asia 4. They're going to be finished. All 12 of their games done and dusted, and it's looking like T1 is going to be the team to beat after it was a really tight race all through day 1 between themselves and FW, but so far today it's been T1 looking super aggressive, winning their hot drops, and now winning a game as well to expand that lead. I'm Saga, I've got Keith with me as we've got 2 more games left to go, and it really has been T1's day so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, they haven't had a bad game so far, right? I mean, we've gone through again. Sure, they bowed out early, but they always average out with like 7-8 kills on the leaderboards here. And despite going out early and earning 0 placement points, we also know and take solace in the fact that the teams that are finishing 5th and onwards get 0 points, so there's no way they're closing in or getting advantage from lasting longer within the game itself. So T1 definitely getting away with murder, if I would say the least myself. But here we are going back again to Miramar, a game that they've had a pretty well run for the past 2 days. Can they do it again and finish the entire day, an entire set of match within these next 2 matches itself and close it off with a bang? I guess we'll find out.
No, we're so far away from Chumasera. How is T1 gonna wipe out JDG on a hot drop now? How could they possibly do it? It's so far away. I don't know, maybe they've got a shared alternate drop spot, maybe up like La Cobreria or something. Who knows? We'll keep an eye on where they're heading out. JDG is going up north, sort of towards Oasis. T1's not too far away, but it doesn't look like they're as on top of each other as they have been in previous engagements. However, we do still have a little bit of a hot drop. This is GOGOPUSH and Team Flash. 2 teams that, once again, first time they've competed against one another today's games. But they didn't really have this fight in our first Miramar of the day. Maybe this was something of like an alternate drop spot location. The flight path induced hot drop. But it's going to be Team Flash. No early knocks conceded on either side, but GOGOPUSH is really intertwined in the middle of Team Flash. That's going to be difficult to get out of. But they're going to have to find a way out because the zone has gone over to El Pozo once again.
That circle, though, what a way to end the run for Group B here. Well, not really the end, but close enough. 1 game away from the end. And to be thrown this sort of situation, I think you're going to be shaking in your boots. But talking about shaking, though, I don't think Team Flash is one of those teams. Likewise with GGP, because they have been absolutely phenomenal this game itself. And I mean, Team Flash has had their highlight GGP just recently as well.
Oh, dude.
But right now, Hangvo Ditch, he's the one who's looking down at Kitsune. But as long as Guyon is around, I think they might be able to do it. I think.
Kitsune is so lucky that Hangvo Ditch only has a shotgun. He's going to have to start pumping out shots. 2 damage dealt. Let's go. Huge. That's just warning shots, I guess. But if he had any other gun, he could really do some damage. He's just drawing the attention, forcing Kitsune back so Binek can get into a position to capitalize. Okay. Kitsune just caught out. Team Flash secures first blood.
That was the very definition of performance anxiety. You did 4 pumps and nothing just comes out of it.
Oh my God, Keith, jeez. Keith, it's family show. Holy.
I didn't say anything.
Wow. Well, No Mercy answers back with a long-range mini weapon of his own to put some tags down into T-Doi. And, Guyon getting on top with the Panzerfaust as well, all the way climbing up this little raft to get up to the high ground. This is a power position, but it also, if we are going to continue on the theme of third parties getting involved, then it's going to leave him pretty exposed if anyone starts to creep up from along the ridges to the south. So maybe not committing all the way up top just yet, but he can use this to scout for some information. He's got the Panzerfaust as well. So if anyone does go to try and find a revive on T-Doi, they're getting boom-bud.
Imagine if he lands a Panzerfaust from this distance, though. That would be a sight to behold. And it's just a match of who has the higher ground, it seems here. I see one member taking the high ground immediately. Benak now taking the entire mountainside. It's a measure of strength, I guess.
High ground has always been valuable, but in TPP, it's just even more so, for sure. It's especially useful if you have scopes, which Binek doesn't. It's not really useful to be up here with a shotgun, unless someone tries to like e-pick up on your head, and then having a shotgun is pretty good. I don't know whether or not... no, surely they were not able to grab the blue chip, but Long X... I don't know why exactly he made the choice to push this far out and look for some kind of flanking maneuver, but here's someone who does have a scope, and he's just staring down at the position of Long X now. So Songjiang has done enough to get the damage, and here's the third parties that we knew were coming eventually. CC creeping over towards the south, looking over towards Guion. Doesn't spot him out, but Long X behind the rock has been found and wiped out.
Luckily it's this early on. Maybe, given how big this map really is, Miramar potentially looking with the revive. I'm just being hopeful for the time being. But that's not looking like the case right now, because any rotation towards his corpse is going to be a death sentence, especially with so many teams within the area. I'm talking about death sentence though, 4 a.m. A bit too early in the day, but it seems that they're losing one member already. Might lose another here. Axlu gets knocked out within that rotation forward. Again, this team just getting punished for the over-aggression. It seems like that fight right there was supposed to be a call to reduce the collateral, right? He's one member down, there's no other member within the area. He came by trying to contest that, even though there was a rock that they could play around with. But eyes off the board, because Team Flash is the first to get eliminated.
First blood they picked up for themselves, and first team elimination goes against them. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly what the plan was for Long X to be pushing out that far. Maybe he was trying to secure a vehicle or something, got caught by Songjiang and then ganked by GSW. And that's been really the story of it. Every time that there is an engagement, somebody else rocks up and they can just sort of scout for information pretty much for free without exposing their presence until it's too late, and then they can just pick you off one at a time. And all in all, considering how things went at the very start of that matchup where Kitsune was picked off for GOGOPUSH, it's Team Flash who pays the ultimate price, but they've got to get out of there as well. Min tagged down to 1 or 2 bullets away from early demise, and Xiaopian will provide one more headshot with the mini from up above. This is where it's better to have the high ground, when you actually have DMR with an 8x scope and you can actually put it to some use. So GGP is under pressure as well, not just Team Flash, and these early fights for everyone except T1 just really not paying off.
We got to find out what they're doing right here, because it seems that even 4 a.m. not paying off with that sort of aggressive play. Meanwhile, JDG, a team who's got quite a number of highlights today alone, but their only kryptonite right now, as it seems, is going to be T1, avoiding them for the time being, especially in a room like Miramar, itself a map like Miramar. We'll have the cover of sandstone, so Pero, I'm not sure what he's going to be able to see if that sandstone guises his eyes from the top side of the hills here. But it'll be clear, only a temporary fix. And talking about T1, here they are in El Pozo. No one in sight. Again, a second game where they do not choose for a hot drop, but eventually they're going to find a threat, because they're just that kind of team. They cannot sit on their hands and do nothing.
There's going to be threats all around. There's going to be a whole lot of teams who are wanting to see them eliminated. 83 points in, what's it been so far? 10 matches. So their margin has slipped a little bit from the 10 points per game they were rocking before, but that's still, in this points format, 8 points per game. That's still second place with 5 kills on average
Yeah.
per game. It's still outrageous from T1, just the amount of kills they've been able to rack up. This, once again, is looking like maybe a slightly slower early game, not just for them, but for the lobby in general, for everyone who's not in Menace Generalis or 4 Angry Men. As so far we've seen 10 players lose their lives in the first 9 minutes, and that's pretty rookie numbers so far from what we've seen in this tournament. Full Sense keeping themselves out of harm's way for now, as the zone is about 1 minute away from centering up. Some of these teams do still have a long way to go. They've got to get pretty far out to the west, but Shen's up close, 9-milling his way through 777 as per usual, and he's got more targets lined up as well for TDT. Last man standing for 4 a.m. He's still putting up a fight. He's got the VSS to switch over to. He's got to be ready for the backup as the double M249s, one from either side. He can't go anywhere. That's brutal.
Could have only done something if he had a player or a member or a teammate to pretty much attend to those threats. But unfortunately, did not have the numbers. It's just a natural way of finding yourself back into the lobby. Meanwhile, up on the high hills, there seems to be an eagle that's perched up. I believe that would be Pero, who's scoping out all these rotations from these teams. Baegopa now under his eyes, so he's gotten an idea on a team that's moving in. Not really who that is, but take a look at that new circle position. Towards El Pozo, saturation finds itself southeastern side of the entire quadrant.
This is a cheeky position for Chewy to get himself up to. You don't even need a glider or an e-pickup to get up here. Just a motorbike will do, and you can climb. And with ultimate safety, just proning on top of the mountain, he has so much information that he can feed for the rest of the squad and give them a direct avenue to make a rotation as the zone has continued. So those southeastern Pozo Mountains will be pretty much the direct eastern edge of the Phase 2 circle, as we are centering up still over towards El Pozo as a whole. Game start win pulled up very close behind the rest of Petrichor Road, though, who seem to have stopped to do some scouting forward of their own. But if they expose themselves a little bit too much, might come under some pressure. Maybe they heard the vehicles behind them, so they're aware. As Baegopa continue on their journey, they've just been going straight down the center for a while. And Petrichor Road, they're going to commit to taking this fight. They've got the information from up above. Ming Ming up close with 1, but Tong with the Scar-L, 2 HP, 2 knocks. He needs nothing more. But game start wins. Chewy gets the long-range knock, finishing the job onto Tong from the mountainside, bringing it back to 2 versus 2. But they've got to fly back in if they want a chance to pick up the pieces.
Oh, it's close quarter now, though. Might turn the tides, and they will. They get the knock onto Nan. So CC, he's pulling it. The weight for his team, maybe with the cover of smokes, can go in for the revive. But Choi, yeah, who's from the far side.
Yeah, he doesn't know where they're getting shot from. They're checking down south. They're like, is he on the south rock? Where is this guy? They're going to clean up all of the kills. And the smokes have gone up, so Chewy, it's not looking likely he's going to be able to secure any of these flushes. Unfortunate, but maybe he can just bide his time. Wait, he's going to get the information for free to see whether GSW move on with their game. And then he can head over there himself, grab the revive. There should be a respawn beacon in or around power grid that he could maybe go for. Still an option for him. As Baegopa, they finally found a place to call home. It's a really strong compound if they get the zone in this area. But they're under a little bit of pressure already.
GDS, I feel they're in a very unfavorable position, because if they were looking to try and contest this compound, it means them scaling down a hill wide out in an open, and them and Baegopa shooting from covers, from behind covers. It's just not the right play to make here, unless they can try and maybe deploy a trail of smokes, get undercover, and make their way straight into a house, flush one of them out, because Baegopa is relatively spread thin, and so if they take on one compound itself, maybe they can make it work. Meanwhile, going back into people, the positioning that I believe that was Pero positioning in the far side itself. I'm not sure if they were supposed to take that confrontation, understanding that one member will not be in will not be able to come and rotate and give in the support they required, that fight right there, they were already looking to take it 3v4. And unfortunately, they did bow out the same very fashion itself. So we'll see how they play the rest of the game here. But it's not them within the blue zone. That will be NMU.
One more shift until we decide whether or not we're getting what could be a big problem for many teams. But from what we've seen so far, it could be a whole lot of fun. Urban ending in El Pozo. Teams have already been favoring things like SMGs, even in sort of more open areas. If we do end up going into the city itself, oh boy, everyone's getting MP9. There's even vectors being picked up as well. XY are going to try and drop on top of this mountaintop as Banana One is up here by himself. He's going to have to try and land these shots quickly and then fade into the distance ASAP. Drops off the side. He's going to get down to relative safety, or at least where he can get some covering fire from the rest of the squad. Just siege that high ground position. Landing nicely on the balcony as well so we can get into cover. But nicely done by XY just to steal that away, take the opportunity, commit to it, go in numbers, and take all four.
Also nicely done by FW, right? Like, so this was the point I was trying to make. At least with FW, he could immediately back out and rotate with his team. Pero, on the other hand, was like too far ahead. Even if he made the travel down, sure, he would not be able to close in the gap in time to try to come in with the cover fire. But regardless, spilled milk at this point. XYZD, they're the ones who gets the high hill now. And all members looking pretty stacked on the resources, so they can camp this place for the longest of time. And you know what they say about Miramar, it's king of the hills. And right now, NMO might be the peasant that may fall in execution. But they did retaliate against Wanza.
Get bolted, Sunshine. That's can't be losing helmets up here. You can't get those back. Nowhere else to get loot from, unless he has a repair kit, of course. But just one little slight overpeak, 1 or 2 bullets too many. M24 to the mouth. Hold it. Trick holding onto the grenade. Has to launch that out at the perfect opportunity as his teammates getting knocked onto GGP elsewhere. Trick trying to fade back into the distance after getting that knock just to stem a little bit of pressure out from JDG. The rest of Alter Ego can start turning their attention over to provide a bit of support, but Man's just going to take a little detour, shows no mercy, and cleans up the kill onto no mercy of GGP.
Finally, some signs of life coming out from Alter Ego, who's had not great of a run thus far here. It is their first day in action, and Alter Ego has got the reputation of coming in hot towards the later stage of the tournament. Unfortunately, in this context, we only have 2 days per groups, and this is day number 1 for Alter Ego. They've not had a good game, always bowing out early, but right now they've got 2 kills. Can they look to stretch their advantage further and run away with a huge amount of points, especially with the last 2 games? We'll find out here as they try to skirmish against the likes of JDG. He did spot out some of the vehicle character itself, but, well, nothing too fatal. And if they would have looked to push that compound, it's T1, so it could be a bad idea as well.
Yeah. I don't think anyone loves the idea of having to push T1 right now. 14-point lead in first place. And that's even above FW, who themselves have a 10-point lead over second, who themselves have a 14-point lead over third. It is practically all Group B at the top of the standings now, with JDG the exception. But you'd expect that, having played 6 games more than the entirety of Group C so far on the day. Baegopa started off with a big win early on Erangel, and haven't really progressed that much further from there so far through the day. Sitting at about 30 points. There's about double the points that they had from their first game of the day on Erangel. We've got a chance to try and make something work for them. They've got a decent position now, and they're not really under the pressure in the way that these teams are out on the eastern side of zone and the south, as well as XY using that high ground position to great effect. But Trick all the way out there on the east, taking shots with the Groza into NMU. 2 dropped, but it's stolen away by Chewy. He's still putting shots in. Simoy with the Vector, and it's Baji's headshot, really, all the way from on top of the mountain, that gets the final tick of damage onto Xiao Si. Wow. Nice.
I guess if you're Alter Ego, you'd welcome that any day. Although that was supposed to be a kill that it was easily confirmable by your end. So it's a point loss, but at this point, if you're not making any point counts in this case. Just trying to get yourself a good head start comes tomorrow itself. FW Esports, though, they are now going to be spread on thin, with 2 having to address the side of XYZD and 2 more having to address GDS. If they don't play this one right, they could find themselves in a back foot here, bowing out too early. Meanwhile, T1 again up to their antiques. We've seen them up against JDG and coming out on top. They're looking to set that one up once again here. Still 4 members strong to get 1 kills in their name.
Seymour is just sending it into the town, and Tanadol is there waiting, M249 in hand. No way through, can't break into El Pozo, which it is going to be our battlegrounds towards the late stages of the game as well, as the Phase 4 shift has put us pretty central onto the western side of Pozo. I suppose normally if we're seeing Pozo endings, it's usually more like north and eastern side. But this time around, it's straight down the middle. Look at Full Sense's position. They've got 2 of the strongest buildings towards the center and the concrete on the western edge as well. Maybe they're in a little bit of danger if anyone just groups up and goes for a full commitment. Xuansang has come down from the mountain. His helmet has gone, so we get to peep that bald head. But inside the town itself, Breaker's just putting damage down with the Panzerfaust. Type gets a taste of his own medicine, and he's taken out T1's early loss as we head into phase number 5.
As you mentioned, crashing onto compounds, I see T1 just making an advancement forward. And maybe you're going to be shadowed by the likes of FW Esports as well, who's trying to get their way into zone. And they will do that with a bunch of vehicles, but they're crashing onto GDS and GSW, who's now picking them apart here. Losing a couple of members, but his Baegopa right now under the eyes of the observer as he tries to hold off the rest of GDS, taking cover. Has got the smokes to play around with Seongjong. Now pushes up onto the high hill. He understands the members are there, but FW Riz coming in at the back end. Third party, thank you very much, will take on that kills onto the likes of FW Esports. A full 3 pickoff and secured itself. And FW Esports can look to revive Banana One. So full victor here coming out on top. Maybe they can also look to eliminate Baegopa from the equation.
Yeah, if they get that revive onto Banana One, their hold gets a little bit easier for sure. Baegopa will get their revive as well, but they've got to sort of crest up over this hilltop. That makes it a little bit difficult. GSW have crept their way forward. It's just CC. He finds one quick little drop as Shaseng lands a re-knock onto Banana One with a long-range grenade. So problems now for FW. The one team that was preventing them getting pushed from that east has gone down, but Kanaxi lands back a grenade of his own. It's a re-knock back towards him. But that does mean he's conceded the flush onto Banana One. He's out here by himself. Raze can't really provide any cover because he's got Baegopa to deal with. But Kanaxi, at the very least, gets the blue zone grenade to secure the flush onto Shaseng.
Yeah, that was
and
bad.
Mortars onto Baegopa as well. Wait a minute.
Yeah, rear end. Baegopa's making the advancement forward. XYZD gets to confirm onto FW Esports, especially with that nade placed very nicely. But now Baegopa will have to come in contact with XYZD, and it's not going to be an easy push, especially with Full Sense coming in from the flank side here. Knocks one member.
Yeah, putting in shots from downrange. They were still under pressure from mortars as well. PO got knocked and flushed next to the mortars being sent out in their direction. It's just really forcing their hands, making them go around the outside. That was pretty accurate to where they were before, but they have slightly shuffled their positioning forwards now. Look at the defensive setup for Team XY. There's only 2 of them still standing, so Baegopa has numbers advantage. But they are going to have to make a push in onto that set of rocks, as it's not going to be as urban of an ending as maybe a lot of teams anticipated. Maybe they've come equipped for a fully urban ending, but there's a bit of like an open junkyard area over around where TDT and Full Sense are lurking, and that's going to be the central position of this zone for now. So the teams like where Ming Ming is fully equipped with an SMG and a shotgun, well, they might need something slightly longer range than that if they can make it longer into the late stages of the matches.
Right now XYZD can't afford to look forward towards extending their stay here, because right behind them Baegopa might be the thorn in the bush. Only Wukong and Zhuangzhang left, but that is pretty much winnable at this range, especially if you could get the early knock, unless the knock goes the other way, opposite direction, especially with Xiongzhang slowly inching closer. Still has got he nades to push on forward. Does it connect? Does not. But he's got to be careful too, because Wukong is primed in position with the cover fire. Should they look to overextend? But they do have a lot of smokes to play. That clicks. That's going to send hit markers and notifications towards the side of XYZD. So maybe get a general idea on where those threats may be at the meantime. Meanwhile, they're split up into 3 positions here. XYZD might just find themselves overwhelmed once the smoke clears. They spray onto one, does not connect, but the flashes are there. Slowly approaching closer, Baegopa. And now XYZD has to book an exit. I think they've taken a little bit too much hits here. And, into the far side itself. The jump shot right there, but Wukong gets it. 12 HP though, but eventually they will bow out. XYZD outnumbered.
Xiongzhang gave it his best jump shot. But in the end, it's the grenade of a can and then the follow-up spray after the damage was done. And XYZD not getting the chance to hold the line. Baegopa just overrunning them. Petrichor Road trying to make a send down to safe position, but full sense set up with those M249s. No hit markers required. We don't have those in PUBG PC, actually, thankfully. That's a mobile thing. You'll get to see those at PUBG United, but no hit markers on PUBG PC. So just blind nades is all it was. And, oh man, so many bullets, though. M249s all around this entire area. So everyone's just holding down mouse 1 and waiting for people to stroll directly in front of them. Crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah, that's even more impressive. They were going on like sure instincts itself.
Yeah, I know.
It's almost like they're the ones who should be called full sense.
Oh, okay. I see it.
Yeah.
I like that better than your one at the start of this game.
Well, what was the one at the start?
Let's not dwell on the past. Well, there's that zone. It's actually much wider open than everyone expected, unless you're T1, because they can hold on to that high ground building on the eastern side of this zone, and there's multiple stories that they can just peep out of the windows and look for avenues to get shots onto anyone who enters that what is inevitably going to become a killing field in front of them. And of course it is, because it's T1. And look at them. Still making it here, close to getting into the late stages of this game. No hot drop for them this time, so that of course means they're pushing top 4. Baegopa though, and they've taken down the team that was holding them out from the cliffs, but what do they do now? Do they take the vehicles, maybe try and go to the east somewhere, find somewhere to pull up? Is that even an option? I'm not so sure. Well, they're going to have to try and manufacture some kind of push. But driving a vehicle into the middle of all of these M249s sounds like a little bit of a recipe for disaster. Now, let's see how it goes.
I've got $5 says they don't make it. Already, they're under gunfire. That vehicle's as good as dead. They're going to have to pop those tires to ensure it's low enough to serve as a cover. And, well, T1 holding them in their tracks, but also even if they made it past T1, there's TDT as well. But raining, look at that. The aggression's coming out from this team. They're not even taking a breather. They're going to put themselves in a bad situation, though, if they overexert themselves. FN can look to third-party them from the far side. They're by the apartments, and they have a clear line of sight in a direction that is Baegopa right now.
Oh
also
my
got
God.
Gets a knock right there, but the nades takes 2. And now one member left standing. It's Baegopa, who's in a prone position. They do have smokes. There we go. As we say, the cover fire coming in from apartments is there in place, but they still have one member. They do have the grenade launcher, though.
And they've got the smokes up. Oh, the Molotov is looking like it's on target, but not quite enough distance. Information provided by Ian, who's using that high ground from the buildings to feed the information over to the squad if they've got more grenades to send out in that direction. And surely Baegopa won't be lasting much longer. It's a good grenade as well from Zenith. They did not really punish T1 for making this push, because they're focusing their attention over to Full Sense, who are starting to creep forwards out of their position into this open area. It's just a few little obstacles dotted around, not enough to keep Flash alive, but Test Player and Tanadol still creeping forwards. Folded shields available. They've got maybe some kind of cover to try and work with in the form of smokes, but that's not stopping the bullets from M249s. Rex can still peek around the side from complete safety behind these barrels. But at the very least, it's not this. No Panzerfaust over there right now. So that's good news, at least.
Well, the Panzerfaust might just greet the likes of T1, so that could be bad news for them. But, I mean, they're the teams that's on top of the leaderboard. I'm sure they could spare a few, but, you know, we're trying to avoid having them regret any sort of games here. And bowing out to a Panzerfaust towards tomorrow might just be what keeps them out of the top leaderboards itself. So we'll have to play it pretty safe. Meanwhile, the FS, they've got one member down. But the threat is from all directions, so I don't think you want to go in to perhaps go in with the saves here. Full Sense will have to play the rest of the match on their own. Thanadol will have to swallow the copium as he sees his friend getting ducked out in a blue zone grenade.
He tried to find some way to just make a push forwards to get some positioning. But now that TDT have got in the vehicles and moved on, Thanadol actually could shuffle forwards a little bit, and FN... they've given up on holding on that western edge of the zone. They're going to look for a regroup and maybe take the position that Test Player was pushing forwards towards himself. And now they're going to try and sweep out on Thanadol. They've spotted underneath. I think it's the body that he saw, but Thanadol gets one down, knows that TDT has vacated this position, so he can round these boxes. Almost got the better of Zenith, but the level 3 vest gives him that extra boost he needs to stay alive. Starlord has gone down in the meanwhile. Susie still has the Panzerfaust as well. Up on the rooftop. Huge angle towards breakers. And it's looking like T1 and a whole bunch of solos might be the case again.
Oh, it gets onto Heather, maybe, but Heather spots him out first, so Susie getting his position in check for the time being. Don't want to overextend. He's going up onto 3rd floor. Perhaps this could be an opportunity or a curse, depending on who spots out who first, because there are teams in the far end. TDT could look to shoot him down during his
How much
attempt.
of a maniac is he? Is he going to hop onto T1's roof? He's going to try. Oh,
No
6
way.
HP. Oh, it gets over that. Okay, this is now a problem for T1. If Susie just waits until the blue zone forces them out, he just panzers them out of the game if they come out of the same house. Oh, boy. How are they going to deal with this? I don't know if they even can.
Won't TDT spot him, though? He's right there, out in the open. Oh, okay, fine. He's got a barricade at the very least.
Yeah, they might spot him, but hey, if... Oh, never mind. Well, all right. Crisis averted for T1. They can kind of do whatever they like now. And Susie's just going to toss all of his utility out. See if he can find anything. Go fishing with explosives. Almost lands onto Zayu, actually. I think the second might get him. He does! Opposite side of the zone. Long-range blind grenades and end. Okay. Well, that's how they deal with him. Wait for the blue zone to force him to the edge and then blow him up with one single grenade. But they might just get blown up as well. Oh, no. Poingaf's Panzer doesn't connect in the way they needed. Nothing more they can do.
T1 once again doing damage towards the late game, playing that. Well, it's like after the 3rd game of today, they switched up their strategy, playing late instead of early, and now another chicken dinner for them, looking like a rich team walking out of these Masters Asia.
Yeah, it's honestly going to be difficult for anyone, Group A or Group C, to try and overtake them. I think only team that might even really stand a chance at this point is DNF, based on the points they got on day number 1. But Group C is not looking like contenders when T1 has now picked up their 4th win in 11 matches. And this time around, it almost didn't look like too much of a challenge for them. They got into a good position. They got good fortune with the zones. Susie might have had a chance to prank them with the Panzerfaust, but Iend was just aware of that. They knew he was on the roof. They timed the grenade perfectly as soon as the blue zone forced him to the edge of the roof. Instant explosion. Just really nicely played. Really well done.
You could say it was probably Susie unleashing the Panzerfaust that gave them the confidence to step outside. Maybe, we don't know.
Well be.
Could have gone both ways here, but that was a primed and timed nade that exploded upon impact, so still takes skill to lock one over, and T1 just come out the ultimate mechanical winners. Here are some of the highlights that we have for today.
Oh yeah, starting off with Team Flash getting absolutely rumbled on their what looked like it was going to be a positive outcome for them on the hot drop in Minas Generalis, but No positive outcomes for any hot drops unless your name is T1. It seems for anyone, as anytime there's early game aggression, you're just getting third-partied by sometimes 2 teams, sometimes 3. It's just so tough to get out of those scenarios when teams can just lurk on the edges and wait for you. XYZD putting up a decent fight, but overrun in the end by Baegopa. But there was just no way for them to break entry into El Pozo. Look at all the M249s that we had in play, the late stages. We maybe thought like SMGs would play a big part, but didn't quite go far enough into the city for that kind of close range engagement. So M249s just to deny entry to so many teams, blow up the vehicles before they could get into the city. And then there's just nothing really that anyone can do when T1 can hold on to that position as long as they can, wait for Susie to get kaboomed, and then sweep the entire circle for their 2nd win in a row. So, yeah, it's looking pretty doomed.
That's quite grim of a message, but I mean, the truth is what it is. For Group B, they're down to the final map, and just right now, today itself, day 1, day 2, taken and ran with T1. T1 looking to do that again. Surely with this final map, no team is looking to close in that gap and be able to take over what they currently have on the board. So it's looking that T1's going to take it and run, but will it be enough for some of the teams below them to solidify their place in turns for when A and C starts going on a skirmish tomorrow itself? Here are some of the match leaderboards at hand.
It's really annoying for JDG. Every time they get any points on the board, T1 just wins the game, and they're like, dang it, man. This is the team that has been hot dropping us and egoing us the whole time. It's like, yeah, we got 7 points, we got 8 points, and T1's like, yeah, well, we won the game again. 21 placement points overall, 75 kills, so it's looking like they're kind of a lock-in for the most kills prize as well. The only team really from yesterday's matches that could compete was DNF. They're still holding on to a top 5 position, 50 points overall, around 40 to 42 kills, so yeah, if they can repeat that performance again, they could still overtake T1, but T1's got one more game to try and make that a little bit more difficult for them with our final map of the day. Heading back over to Erangel, this will be their final match, as it will be for the rest of Group B as well, and they just have to sit and watch tomorrow to see the outcome when it's Group A going up against Group C.
It's going to be an El Clasico. Everyone knows Erangel from the back of their heads here. Hopefully that's going to be enough, because the Battle Royale, it comes with unpredictability, and all you can do is hope for the lay of the land behind you as a guidance to try and play things out, right? We've had some unfair circles today itself. Perhaps in the final game, what we get is one that's smack dab center, where all teams get easy access into and see how they play that one out. That's all in hopeful prayers, though, because we have no control over that variable.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's gonna be tough. We've seen a whole lot of like the western side of Erangel recently. Think back to PAQ. There was so many. There was 3 games in a row in the PAQ finals that were around the quarry and the surrounding area, and then we had that again in yesterday's matches. We've had a military island today as well, so whether or not we're going to see teams look to adapt. And the other thing that we have to consider is first game of the day, there was hot drops. T1 was one of those teams. They took the fight up against 4AM before 4AM started pulling out their 9mm weapons and spraying them all over the place. They didn't even get the chance to do that in game number 1. They were just picked off rapidly by T1, and they're just massive amount of confidence that they had after such a good day 1. So are they going to commit to that fight again? Probably. Elsewhere, there was Team Flash taking another team fight. I think it was against Team XYZD, and then they were getting third-partied. Teams like Full Sense and Petrichor Road creeping forward, looking for third-party exit kills on those as well. That's another thing to consider. If you're a team from Group B, this is your last game. Is it worth hot dropping against a Group C team if you're not going to be competing against them tomorrow? Or is it just like well, T1's probably going to win anyway, so why not? Just go for it. Who knows? We'll wait and see to see what they've got in store for us for our final game coming up in a couple of minutes, going back to Erangel. But so far, FW just have not looked like the same team as they did yesterday. They were the only real team to compete with T1 all the way through, coming out ahead of them after the first 6 games at the end of day number 1. But today, different story.
I have to point out though that T1 loving the strategy. If you take a look at take a step back and look at it as an overall, what they've done at least in day 2 is play aggressive in the first 3 games and try and play a bit more passive for chicken dinners to potentially all 3 games in towards the end of the day. Why? Because there is a tiebreaker rule in which that if you are pretty much on par at points, it's the chicken dinners that's going to edge you above the other. So right now, I think they've recognized that going out in 7 going out with 7 kills is pretty much done by a lot of these other teams, who could match up in terms of the score, but it's the chicken dinners that's going to give them that edge apart from the competition. Them raking in already so many chicken dinners for themselves, I believe that's 4 now, is going to keep them ahead of the competition, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. They've just stacked up so many points. It's going to be so difficult to find any way to get past them. But again, the only team really that has the chance is DNF, after they were the only team of Group A to really compete. They ended up, I think, in 3rd place after day 1 of games. They're going to be having the opportunity to do a little bit of research as well on the teams, not only in their own group, but also the teams in Group C that they're coming up against. And honestly, they might not be all too impressed by the things that they've seen, not too worried at all. It started off looking like Baegopa was going to have a big day. They had a little bit of an opportunity to shine towards the later stages of the second Miramar of the day, when it looked like they were going to get mortared to pieces, but they're able to fight through it, but still not able to get too much on the board in terms of actual points and positioning in the leaderboards. So DNF could definitely look to come in and be the team that dominates and contests for that first place contention up against T1. But T1 could make that nigh on impossible. If they can hit the 3 in a row, it's probably over. And they're going to have to start that off by probably winning a hot drop against 4 Angry Men. So it could all come crashing down. If, Shen's been doing a whole lot of damage with those SMGs, that 9mm, if he lands on one of those, oh boy, T1 could be in some trouble.
Talking about trouble though, I think Petrichor Road has done phenomenal as well in terms of their firepower. Always only losing because they're maybe in a worse position. But like Pero, come on, they could stand up against the likes of T1 itself. But we'll see if this is going to be the case here in the final game of today. It's the last one for Group B over in Erangel, and that flight path itself does not instill confidence for some of these teams.
Yeah, it's also pretty rubbish considering we wanted the hot drop between T1 and 4 AM in Yasnaya. That's 4 kilometers away. We can't reach that. But they are stretching over towards the same kind of vehicle spawns up along the dirt path above Cube, but I don't think it's going to be quite the same level of full commitment. Although, saying that, this might not be a good... Well, okay. They are still hot dropping. Shen was trying to contest with a vehicle. Type goes for the shack. Finds a barrel. And 1 free point for T1. So 4 AM still losing out on the hot drop, even when there isn't really a hot drop at all. Yikes.
To be fair, they were expected to lose that one. Come on, it's like 3 members against the 1 of 4 AM. Surely that it wasn't against their favor. It wasn't towards their favor. But that circle as well. Northern over in Zarki. Talking about a fair circle, you did not get one in this game.
At the very least, it's aligned with the flight path, which was very far over to the west. There's a whole lot of risk that we were going to be seeing this kind of area of the map in the late game for the, 4th time in a row. But going up north, the north side of Georgia Paul, up towards the Zaki fields, could be a change of pace. Breakers holding the line, using that TPP over the shoulder peeking to wait for GSW to commit to making their push, while the rest of FN gets into position above to hopefully protect the far side of the warehouse should they opt to make the push around the north. He did get 1 knock already, but it has been revived. And there is a suspiciously orange team in the background looting up weapons not too far away from here, who will be hearing these gunshots, and as FS have been prone to do so far throughout this tournament, they're going to be looking for third partying. Nice cover from Rex though, as Breakers pushes forwards, baits the peek from Tong, and Rex just absolutely dominates him before he can get any damage dealt onto his teammate. Ming is not even anywhere close. Oh, but there's a shotgun in play. CC's got one. He's going to try and pump down Breakers as well. Boom. never mind.
I gotta say, man, TPP, it's a bit hard to fight these compounds here because the first mover always seems to come at a disadvantage. You've got nothing to work with, and you're just revealing yourself with that over-the-shoulder peek. And so, I mean, their history was already written and set in stone for JSW because they did have one member who's not within the area to kind of provide a fair 4v4. I believe I saw him just trailing in and coming in late, and eventually gets picked out maybe. But we'll see. Right now, Circle, again, over in Zarki itself. A lot of these teams just playing from the southern side may not look to move in too early. And meanwhile, like you mentioned, the team in orange, FS, actually cats one onto Zenith, who is from the far side, giving those cover fire.
It's happened again. They got the timing, and now FN has to, as soon as they're making their way out of the warehouse, they just walk into the line of fire. Flash spotted out Star-Lord, still up on the high ground as well, as Belmoth has crept all the way around to the south. Now the question is, how long do they commit to making this hold? Because Breakers and Rex can just hold down their position. Not really worry too much about getting out of here. They probably know, well, if they're going to get out of here, it's because Full Sense pushed them. And if Full Sense don't push them, then they're happy to just waste their time. Tenadol has gone for a big, wide wrap all the way around the outside. Maybe looking for an angle over towards Star-Lord. Okay, what? What's this, boys?
They're turtling. They've got the one kill and decided let's turtle towards the end of the game. Again. It's chicken dinners for them, remember?
They want that extra $1,000. I get it.
Yeah. And to edge against the competition, or at least that's the theory or the game plan. But it's seemingly coming true because that's not at T1 to sit down and do nothing about it.
Well. Tenadol has seemingly missed the timing, going for the big wide wrap, trying to find information on Star-Lord, but Star-Lord's already disappeared out to the west. The rest of FN still gathering information now. Don't know whether they've spotted out any of the FS players, having made this rotation up around the north. Okay, hello. That's still T1. Still doing nothing. Love it.
Giving them the benefit of the doubt. They're the team with all to lose. But then again, if they sit around and do nothing, they're actually losing on potential points. So I don't know where I'm going with this train of thoughts, trying to justify here some of these unprecedented plays from T1. But they do have compound. Maybe Pero looks to make the push, and finally get to see a rematch and a compound takeover between Pero and T1 itself. It went all the way T1 previously over at the temples in, I believe, in Tago itself. Maybe we can see that one again.
It is just rat maneuvers from T1. They're hoping that someone just drives in, gives them another free point. I'm hoping that Chewie just straps that C4 to the vehicle and sends it down there just to clear it out, just in case. Oh, he's doing it. Oh, yes. This could be huge. No, Chewie, do it. Do it, Chewie.
See, they've got all the cars in the world. Look at Arrow. They can spare one. That could be a good idea, to be honest.
He's sending Ming Ming around the outside to try and bait a peek or a shot to give the information, but he suspects. Oh, yes. Okay, T1. Let's see it. Rat maneuver. Okay, here we go. Going wide around the outside, using the red zone to mask the sound of the beeps. Sending it straight. Oh, God, he almost got blown up by the red zone. Get in there, Chewie. Uh-oh. What now, boys?
Oh! They actually get one as well, but the entry is here. Pero blows wide open now to push, but they are the ones who's taking the knee against this entire skirmish. T1 three members down, though. So Pero wild for themselves, and T1 lit at 15. Pero, they did it for themselves with that entry of a play. And man, you can take credit for this one. That was good advice, Saga. Good advice.
It was Ian's nade that got the last tick of damage on Type. Well, I think if Chewie didn't get hit by the red zone, that kind of pushed him off his trajectory. And of course, there's an early fight, so everyone's getting third-partied. Cold gets stabbed in the back after hitting a nade and then ran over as JDG want a piece of the action. I really think if Chewy didn't get slightly nudged off course by the explosion of red zone, he could get deeper into the building and just gets 3 knocks instantly. That would have been way cleaner for Petrichor Road. But would it have mattered regardless, because the third party is here. The fourth party was instant afterwards as soon as Baegopa showed up on the scene. And now who's this on the west as well? Who is that creeping up? Is that a 5th team? Of course it is. Well, just never ends, does it?
This is Battle Royale, third parties galore at this point, and JDG just so happens to be them, right? Knowing that T1 is down for the count, JDG looks to capitalize, but man, Pero again holding themselves in check here. Ming, he's by the corner. If he spots out a few members, maybe go in and secure them for the likes of his teammates here. They've got 4 points already. Tries to trade it out. 1v1 situation. He gets it. Will trade another member here, but another one runs in front of him. Arrow goes down. But man, what a spectacular play they've set up for themselves.
It's a 2v2 now. So does Baegopa look to rebreach on this? Well, they better do something because GDS is behind them. And if Songjang takes too long, he's getting shot in the back too. PO's creeping forward. Does have a couple of grenades in hand. And Songjang gets shot in the back. He goes down. Right does enough with the last bullet headshot. And now PO is last man standing. He's already committed to taking this fight. what a
this
weird
area?
sequence of events. All right.
Oh, this compound, man. It looks like hellhole right now. Wouldn't want to be these teams playing in the area. It's, oh, maybe he could get 1 nade through the window. That could be a good entry here. He has to do something, PO. Otherwise, the team from the back end is going to come up. And look at that. Circle is right there. I'm guessing that's why all the teams is crashing the compound they're currently in.
Yeah, that checks out. Well, Shen has been respawned. He's all the way over in Zaki, while the rest of 4am respawned him somewhere from over on the east. But there's absolutely no one anywhere in the zone anymore because everyone's dying over here. So they're going to have a free chance to regroup. Tanadol now finally committing to the push as Starlord has got a second knock onto full sense. Test player down. Up towards the north. Oh, Tanadol needs to get in here quickly. Oh, Flash with a beautiful angle on the headshot. There was a shotgun getting loaded. That could have been real dangerous for Tanadol. Still tanking the blue zone. He's going to grab the revive onto test player. And now Starlord putting pressure down. Looking to reposition with the MP5. One quick little tag from Flash. He's got a grenade of his own. Doesn't need it. AK gets the job done. That's more of an AR kind of range on the spray. A little bit difficult from the MP5 from there. So full sense eventually do clean up the kills that they were looking for. Oh no. What have I done? I said 4am should be able to regroup with Shen. How has this happened? GDS are slaying them on the opposite side of zone. Okay, well. If you have the map stream open, you might as well close it. Macro is not a word that we're going to apply to this game. This one's just a game 6. What more can you say?
It's a game where mechanical skill triumphs above all, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm all for it. I mean, T1's out, so now someone has to take the helm as the Crash King here. So far, that position's been traded on over to different teams as different teams crashes onto the same compounds here, so no one's come out the ultimate victor just yet. But JDG does have 6 already under the name, and could look to get more here as full fire from the far side. It's 6 sacks. Who's now doesn't even have a vehicle. Tires are popped last I checked, but maybe he's skilled enough to handle the vehicle or mishandle it, whichever it might be.
Whew. Well, this game has definitely been mishandled by a whole lot of teams. PO though trying to salvage what he can for Baegopa, as most of the third-partying threats have vanished by this point. They've given up, they got bored, they've gone somewhere else. And he does finally get that grenade that you were alluding to through the window, get the opening knock nicely. Flashbang's just stemming his push for the time being, but he's run out of flashes for himself. Another grenade just to force his hand to stay back a little bit. Is ringing, gonna try and swing through. And there was a double-barrel shotgun there ready. Another grenade, and another one. Oh boy, he's so blind. It's over. JDG, 7 kills. All from this compound. What a weird game.
We've got a new victim. And that was the aggressive. The team with the best aggressive plays. I can't say the best here. You got average out in performance. And it was a run with T1 wasn't around, so I'll take that any day. Meanwhile, TDP decides maybe it's wiser not to cross path like the rest of these teams. Will try and fly their way into zone. Likewise, there's a full sense here who's tanking quite a bit of blue, but it's on phase 2. So the flight will pretty much, well, yeah, it looks like they're prior in XYZD or over. It's a death sentence. Yeah, and right, eyes on the 4 a.m. by the side of the hill.
Yeah, yeah, I think Shen's on the bicycles again, doing his 9mm warlord strategies, and he gets caught out because they brought one of their own. Lorne with the MP5 puts the final nail into Shen for the second time that he has perished in this matchup. And that's the 4th of the game for GDS as they wipe out 4 a.m. on the northern coast. They've claimed the position for themselves. And, oh boy, JDG, it's that compound again. I think TDT just sent it into the buildings, maybe just with the emergency parachute. 777 still healing on the side. Cops a grenade at the hands of Van. But that's not going to flush him out either, so he should be able to crawl back inside and get revived. But is it going to be in time? Because, oh boy, here's another re-breach. It's this building again. There's so many bodies here. This is so ridiculous. And Ray's on the back line. Catches out Van as he's trying to warm up a grenade. Huang now with the defensive duties. He has a gas can, though. He could try and set that up. Doesn't even get the chance as Rays comes flying through with another grenade. And this is what now, the 12th team to hold on to this position? Oh my god.
I mean, at this point, algorithm should circle this compound before everyone in, and that's
god, stop!
They're joking. They're the budget. Now,
Yeah,
his teammates are not around. FW Esports have more than one member still kicking and fighting, and they're looking to pick up another. And the budget has to be very careful. Or it's not down to me too, but right there, the nade catches him. FW Esports making this whole thing seem to be hell on earth for an airing hell. Eyes and XYZD to follow with spray right there. Reyes will claim one and XYZ into the lobby.
Yeah, Reyes has just picked up 5 kills in the span of like 90 seconds in this compound, and he's got a C4 as well. So if anyone else is going to try and commit onto this, if he picks off if the rest of his team goes down, he could just say, well, if we can't have it, nobody can. Huge drop shot from Kitsune. That was like 1 pixel, like 1 frame. He's on the floor, and so's Chibarit. Turns around with the ghillie suit, secures the flush. Alter Ego getting picked off. Getting long range sprays down below onto full sense down towards the south. GOGOPUSH still up on the high ground. Nice stuff from them. Tanadol looking forwards as full sense. They have managed to not only take that emergency parachute to get back in play, but they've got the revive once more. Brought their way back up to the north. Phase 4 has shifted us up. Northeast of North Georgia Pole, not quite the Zaki fields that maybe we were hoping for. Good long-range spray from Trick, though, with the P90. Caught no mercy out from the top of the hill. Guyon has a P90 of his own. He's already done a whole lot of damage with that thing today. But Trick has a chance to try and answer back. Kitsune trying to push forwards. He knows the positioning of man. Next to the vehicle. Putting shots down. And his forces are now.
Blue zone was there, didn't tick on him, so it should be good for the time being. But the nades, it seems like he has an idea here. Alter Ego could look to take this fight. GGP already lose 1 member, that's NanMou at the back end. Now we'll have to to dance their way around these tree lines itself, and maybe even a car. Chooses to drive it for the time being, maybe let gravity shift it across, and right now he falls off. With that gravity pulling that vehicle down, so is your cover, and you will have to take the brunt of that shots. Unloaded clips onto your chest.
Kitsune hit 2 clean drop shots onto AE in that fight. Oh, bodied them both. Doesn't get a chance though. Belmoth just shreds him before he gets the chance to react. Just lurking. Once again, full sense. That's really just been their MO, their identity in this entirety of the tournament is third-party machines. Flash puts in shots through the smokes, takes down No Mercy. Tanadol steals away another kill point as well onto NMU. And looking to just completely wipe out Guyon. He's been a dangerous individual, that's for sure, especially with a P90. He's got some grenades to work with around the outside of the smokes. Really well-placed grenade. Just aiming for the tree, presuming that someone from FS is going to be hugging onto that looking for information. He's correct. Test player gets caught. The grenade goes a little bit too far for the flush, though.
Oh, Guyon turned it into a 1v1 situation, which could be good. Oh, no, well, Forgotten One, that's tanking the blue. That information's been transferred, but surely can his teammate follow up? No, he gets traded! Guyon making it work! What a clutch coming out from this guy! GOGOPUSH went in and pushed in forward, but unfortunately, will get eliminated out. Belmoth got in just in the nick of time to be able to secure that and heal his way to get back into circle.
That was almost really well played from Guyon. Got the knock on Flash as well as taking Test player down. Tried to get behind the tree, but just wasn't ready for Belmoth to have repositioned in the meantime. So just exposed a little bit of himself out to the side and got taken down. Belmoth still out on the far side of the blue zone. Shouldn't have a vehicle either after taking the emergency parachute. So might be end of the road for Full Sense, but it's one of those games for them. And they started off getting third-partying shots all the way down by Quarry, then just emergency parachute, and then third-partying again. They're down to just one remaining player as Belmoth did get taken down by the blue zone, just didn't have the heals. Everyone else so far is doing a decent job of holding on to their position. FW have had to breach onto this and then defend it pretty aggressively against multiple teams. Ray's just repairing the vehicles with that repair kit. Maybe a little upset that it's not a BRDM that he can repair, but it's something. He can at least use it to get out of this absolute death trap of a position, and I do not believe that Sixax cannot find any 5.56 bullets in this whole place. There's so many dead bodies here. Surely, okay, thank you. You can't be leaving here with no ammo. That's crazy. There he gets out.
It's not enough, though. There's only like 90 there. He's got a couple of rounds to waste it, but he'll take whatever he can get. Now, FW Esports, I think this game is going to be super crucial for them. And it's good that they've got 6 across the board because they're the one team who could potentially look to take over the #1 position here. And there's still arguably enough players within this lobby to help them get there and close the gap, right? They need about 16 points. Well, still doable, I think, if they would have gunned down every single member here within this lobby, which is a tall ask, but if anyone's going to do it so far, and if they're going to be the ones to do it.
They would have to kill literally everyone, and now it's no longer possible. So Binek secures the fact that T1 will end the day in first place, despite the 1 placement point picked up for FW. And T-Doi gets a nice little spray through the trees onto C's. Should follow up with a grenade as well onto Xiao-Si rather. And almost gets another one over the top towards Xiao Yu as well. Behind the rock, just so much utility for Team Flash. Nothing really he can do.
T-Dai though, he's going behind under the cover of smokes. I don't think they see this. Spots one member out, and that kind of confirms that kill. And Team Flash, they still have members around. And eventually, NanMou will be eliminated. He was dancing around them. T-Dai, he's the guy.
It was almost very close to running in front of the teammate's vehicle as Binek was on his way over, but works out. FW have rocked up out of their compound now to get in behind Team Flash. They've committed themselves to the low ground. They're still in grenade range, and T-Doi Oh, he's pretty good with those. Oh, it takes a headshot as well from the north as J-Chan and the rest of GDS have started to flex out. That softens them up enough for Binek's grenade to be the final nade in the coffin for Banana 1. And FW surrounded on both sides. They've got to get these defensive bits of utility up ASAP. Might be too little too late. Unless these grenades can land quickly.
But GDS, though, from the far side, they're just tagging away. And they're getting these free pickoffs here. Well, I say that. Team Flash gets more members across the board here. Onto their name. More pointers. J-Chan gets taken out. Again, one member from Long X. They're just doing absolute work here at FW Esports. Although it may seem grim in terms of taking over the #1 spot, but it doesn't matter. This game is about pretty much flexing your mechanical skills already at this point.
Yeah, this really hasn't been one to do any research on for how to play PUBG efficiently, but it sure has been how to finish off an Erangel game as quickly as possible. There's a real chance this goes out before 25 minutes. Raze isn't even going to see 24, as the grenade will eventually find him in the smoke. There's 2 MP5s over there for GDS, and then Team Flash, they've got the high ground on the hill. 4 versus 4 to round off our day 2. It's 2 Group C teams as well. So whoever will be the victor of this might put themselves up as the best performing Group C team of the day. And it will be roughly 40 points there or thereabouts. Maybe slightly below that if it's GDS that picks up the victory. But it's a 4v4 to decide who's going to be taking the lead as we head into their final day tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's what they're playing for, right? Giving themselves a head start comes the final day tomorrow against Group A. Group A, again, is a phenom that they probably have not experienced within the same lobby, but they will soon enough. But to be able to suppress that variable, you need to build a cushion. Right now, they're going to try. GDS tries to push onto the high ground. Does have smoke and an MP5. T-Die now takes a flash and some sort of a hit. So he will be held back for the time being, but it is Left who will be left down on his knees by Binek. Now it's a 4v3 situation.
And Hungbo Ditch is getting wrapped around on left and right. Targets on all sides. T-Doi just can't do anything as J-Chan just sprints directly through the smoke right with a perfectly placed grenade onto Hungbo Ditch. It's all down. 4 versus 2 now to Binek and Longex to try and hold the line, but Right is flanking again. Just so proactive, looking for angles, cutting off any sort of defensive positions, pinning down Longex so J-Chan can sprint through the smokes, land a headshot, but can't get the knock. He's still fighting back. Binek needs to get involved in this fight quickly and provide some support, but it's down to a 2v2.
Oh, Lon, I think he's gotten an idea, and he gets it with the nade there. Right gets it onto Long Axe. Now that's a 2v1 situation. What a turn of the tables here. Binek now behind the tree. That's all he could play for. While GDS going in from both sides, but it will be secured eventually.
Solid stuff from GDS. They're a team that all the way throughout the Players Tour in Korea, they've been picking up like some good results. They've won a couple of the Players Cups throughout the qualification phases to this tournament. So definitely a team that knows their way around the TPP events, and they get themselves their win on the board. That should secure them as the best performing team from Group C in today's matches as well, getting that push over the top of Team Flash at the end. Lovely little orange logo as well for GamDaSal. Left. Oh, that camera is turned on. There is a guy there. oh, it's a chair. Jump scare. Okay. Well, good to see new talent, new players, players that we might not be so familiar with. If all we watch is like FPP, PWS kind of stuff, they're coming up. They're having a decent performance, getting themselves into the mix with some of those sort of longer performing mainstay teams, getting the better of Team Flash. That's a PVS champion, so nothing really to be disappointed about taking the win there against them.
Yeah, and I mean, these two teams still have another run tomorrow as well, so whatever victory that they've secured, or small victories that they've secured in day number 2 here, which is their day number 1, is going to go a long way in ensuring that they're up there in contention for the number 1 spot, or at least above the rest here. So, good stuff from them, and I guess towards the man on the shadow, finally getting some of that spotlight, shed some light on this guy. He's in a dark room, and he could use it.
Man, sometimes the dark room is all you need. That's that gamer juice. Who needs like energy drinks and G Fuel and all that? Just turn the lights off and you start fragging like champions. But it's been a very solid day, not just for GDS picking up their first win here, but Korea as a whole. Across the entirety of the tournament, the Korean teams have really been putting on an absolute clinic. And a big part of it just comes down to the timing of their aggression. Sometimes it's in the early phase of the game, they get crazy aggressive. Sometimes they just barely dodge out on getting blown up by C4s. And this could have so easily been a triple knock opening for Chewy. I don't know what it was that gave away that T1 were being little stinky rat dogs in this compound. But just that intuition that, hold on a minute, like there should be somebody in there, and having the just presence of mind just to double check, send it down with the C4 ahead of time. Not that it would have really helped them, because then everyone else in the lobby decided they were going to try and take this compound and throw 1,000 grenades. I'm surprised there's any furniture left in that building by this point, but oh, we lost so many players in those houses. It was FW that came out of just about of that place at the very end, after being the 12th party to fight in that position, but not enough to secure the win for themselves. It's another top 3 for FW though, so not a bad way to end off.
Yeah, I mean, at this point they're going to go end of the run as well, being a Group B team, I believe. So them closing in that gap could also means that they're somehow solidified in the overalls somewhere, shape or another. So they will now form the benchmark here for the likes of T1 and FW Esports. There was somewhat of a benchmark for their Group A and Group C to try and beat later on tomorrow. But I guess they've done their best they could. And, well, after today, they're going to be just like us, spectating from the far side.
Is this the first time in a long time that we've seen T1 on the right-hand side of the match leaderboard? Just 1 point picked up for them, but they're all the way at the top of the daily leaderboard, as is tradition. 46 points for them on the day. GamDaSal actually second place with 39. It's another big day for Korea. Another day where 4 of the top 5 teams on the daily leaderboard are of Korea. A couple of them from Group B, a couple of them from Group C, but once again, the second day in a row, T1 putting on an absolute clinic. This time it's enough for them to secure their daily winner, getting the better of FW this time with their 36 kills. 46 points total, a slightly lower total than what they had in day one's matches, but it's still enough to get them over the line, get that $5,000 secured, and it was 2 wins on the day as well, so make that 7.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the total leaderboard, because eventually we're going to have to come down to this, especially when day number 3 comes around. 97 is the benchmark right now for the number 1 position. With 6 games tomorrow, I think Group A and Group C has got a chance at maybe surpassing that benchmark itself, provided that T1 did go out relatively early in the first 3 maps itself. If they were to outperform them in the first 3 maps and then match their performance in the final 3, there's a chance we will break into the triple-digit mark.
Yeah, they certainly could. I mean, the only team really that I think stands a chance of overtaking T1 right now would be DNF. They're on 50 points. The next highest team who's going to be playing tomorrow is on 39. So T1, they've got themselves a 47-point lead, but they're just going to have to sit out tomorrow and watch Group A versus Group C, see whether DNF is able to get it over the line. 50 points is required to dethrone them as the champions of Players Masters Asia 4. It's been a crazy tournament so far, particularly that Game 6. We've got 1 more day of games to decide it all. Don't miss it. Make sure you come back tomorrow, same time, same place, same casters, and we'll see you then.